guy. Don't to cry. Come to the boo. How you doing? It's time for my soul to be empty. How you doing? I'm doing good. I slept for like 12 hours. I slept for 6 hours. Woke up. I slept from 12 to 6. Then I woke up and showered. And then I went back to sleep and woke up at almost 2. So I slept for more than 12 hours. But right now we are gonna talk to Herlock. He's gonna finally reveal some secrets he's been hiding. He's gonna talk to us about the professor. This guy in the background. Yes, the corpse has a head. That has no head actually. Leon must have been really busy. I mean, ow! I just watched the Leon episode of the Pokemon evolutions thing that they're doing. Today the Leon episode came out, episode 1. Ow! Of course. Leon always comes first. But right now we want to shut Herlock. Wait, what? He's gonna tell us the truth about the guy who killed Bardock's brother! Ah! Oh, he's gonna tell us about what happened in the background. So, the context is that we are in a wax museum that is depicting serial killers and all the other scenes of the other serial killers of Jack the Ripper and Elizabeth Bathory of real scenes. But obviously, this scene right here in the background does not look real at all. It's a guy coming out of his grave. What if we investigate this now? You saw preview? Oh my lord, the way he looks. Ow! Oh, he really looks like a Zare.
This must be the killer, the fiend known as the professor.
Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of the noble and royal blood. Oh, so the middle one is the serial killer. I thought the professor was the guy at the side. So the one in the grave is the serial killer. Okay. So we don't know what the serial killer looks like. He's inmate number 139, and he didn't have a name here. He killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood.
The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? All the models in this place.
I know, it looks like it could start moving any moment. If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Oh my god. Hey, what's up, Boba Fett? Do you mean the Ace Attorney pose? Oh. The reason the Ace Attorney is not happy at the moment is because we're finding out about all the deaths and secrets. Also, we're probably gonna see Kazuma in the case. Oh wait, we had to explore this in more detail. Why? We just went closer. What detail is there? It's all the same. Jeez! It's Christ. The only thing good this week is the Ace Attorney playing the game.
So this is the condemned man.
Yes, the so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was chopped off by the guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a hairless ghost.
Need to watch all the episodes you missed? Yeah, this case is crazy. This case is insane. Kazuma's back. But he doesn't know he's Kazuma. They haven't shown his face, but Naruhodo and Susato were able to tell that it was Kazuma. And he mysteriously has amnesia and isn't showing his face, so I'm pretty sure he's Kazuma. And Barok said that he will be in the trial as his assistant. Which we'll probably do today. Oh what? Yep! Apparently Kazuma never died! So here's the recap of what happened last week. We started this case. We're here with helping this scientist guy. Okay, whatever. Who cares about the actual scientist? The most important thing about this case is 1. Kazuma's back. 2. Barok is sad. So Barok has this new apprentice in a cloak. He looks like he's from Assassin's Creed. He has this mask. We were like, wait a minute. And then Susato came back from Japan and she's like, wait a minute. Kazuma-sama! And the guy's like, Kazuma? And he left. But apparently Lord Strongheart appointed him to be Barok's assistant to be a prosecutor. And Lord Strongheart has forbidden him to speak to anyone except Barok. And he has amnesia. Okay, that's Kazuma. Because so after he died on the ship, we actually never, if you think about it, that case didn't have a trial anyways. We didn't actually see his dead body. We only saw a photo. And Herlock also said that he was killed. But I guess Herlock lied to us for some reason. And when they were supposed to send his body to Hong Kong so they can send his body to Japan to bury the body. And there's a grave. They even set up a grave and everything. But his body never made it to Hong Kong. So Naruhodo was like, what if he's alive? And now we know. Here he is. This guy. They have the same mouth. maybe it's the art style, but they have the same mouth, no. Barok doesn't know who he is. Apparently no one else has seen him without the mask. But I'm gonna be so sad today. And also, so this is the professor's wax figure. We don't have the head, so we don't know what he looks like. The professor killed 5 victims of noble blood. The professor killed Barok's older brother 10 years ago when Barok had just graduated from university to become a prosecutor. His brother was also a prosecutor, and his brother was the last victim of this serial killer. What the hell? Why? We don't know much about the professor, which we're about to learn from Herlock. So right now in the game, we are about to learn about the professor serial killer from Herlock. Really, no way. Yeah, holy bleep, we're gonna need to process this, dude. Yesterday was 2 times I almost cried. 1, finding out that it was Barok's older brother that died, and 2, finding that Kazuma was there. Literally, and today is gonna be even worse probably. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Susato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see?
Then perhaps Mr. Shom absentmindedly forgot to reattach it.
It's an extremely absent-minded detective you are describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absentmindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum.
Yeah, so the actual case that we're doing is this scientist wanted to do this experiment exploded, but the guy died. Who cares about the actual case? Ace Attorney played us for sure, yeah. Dude, the last game is made me so sad for Kazuma. Now they're gonna make us sadder that if he's alive. Ugh, I can't imagine the scene whenever he takes off his mask. I can't even. Cause you know that's gonna happen at some point. Could there have been some reason why only the head hasn't been returned? Well, for whatever reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Dots. Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. What's that? Looks like a piece of broken glass. It's quite big too. Wait, that's the same broken glass as the Crystal Tower? It's very thick. 5 times thicker than a normal window glazing. Where could such a thick piece of glass come from, I wonder?
I suppose it may have been thicker, increased to its strength.
But why?
Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a big building.
Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too.
You don't mean?
Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. So the actual case that's happening is that there's this great exhibition where scientists or technological advances can be displayed. And our client, Mr. Albert Hairbrain, is Van Ziek's university friend. But we. And he described Van Ziek's during university time as a kind-hearted gentleman and the little darling of the Van Ziek's family. You telling me this man is little darling? He's the younger brother. And he had this experiment where he would basically teleport the guy from the stage to the Crystal Tower, but the guy his body is at the Crystal Tower, but he's dead. and he was stabbed, and that's the case right now. Oh my!
Why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside the waxman's jacket?
It makes you think, doesn't it? Yeah, why would it be? So the person who took the statue and the real killer, are the same person? Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. Now we just discovered this fragment of glass here in the waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Jesus, so much is going on, yep. Right? This is a lot. Is that all to explore here? Okay. Okay, now we have to actually talk to her lot, I guess. The resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh my god, he had a dog.
Oh gosh, an enormous hound. How awful.
So that's the Hound of Baskervilles. After taking the life of his 6th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand? Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed case. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? You mean that the professor's identity? As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Huh. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. Okay, he was found guilty, good. He was buried in a grave at the Low Gate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. So he didn't die?
Oh!
The very night he was buried, The convict man came back to life. Oh, he came back to life? What the hell? He clawed his way out of the ground, emerged in the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. But why is he holding a shovel, though? Is he was he trying to rob a grave, or is he like the Undertaker or something? Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen, so Enoch Drebber, we're trying to find him now because he built the machine. So the scientist gave the idea and he built the machine, but the machine killed the guy, killed the other guy, killed the ass-man guy. Yes, the victim's name is Ass-Man. You think you missed something important? What's up, Wolf? We just started the today's episode. We're just talking about this serial killer in the background. Not the guy with the lantern, the guy in the grave. So this is a waxwork of model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. Even though their figures, it creeps you out, right? But can you imagine being a serial killer and then... can you imagine a serial killer coming back from the grave? Not dying, so he didn't get hanged? Like, do you think like he bribed the freaking police or something? Or was he a figure of importance, maybe? I have no idea. We don't even know who the professor was.
It's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he's seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Wow! Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he's seen was on the front page of the Capitol. The public was frantic for every last detail about a killer who came back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here in Madame Tuspel's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white suddenly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing there in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Yes, what was he up to? Nuts. Professor's act of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. I wonder what they did with the dog. We have the collar. We've seen the collar. It must have been the collar we found in the freaking ceiling in the previous case. It had a bee on it. But in time, of course, rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of. It was established in fact. What? What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where he'd been following the execution. Huh! For some reason I don't trust that. If he did come back to life, the police could have easily not have killed him, and the police could have easily lied about his body being there, no?
That would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation. So it's either Drebber lied or the police are lying. Which do you believe? None. because they're both horrible people. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer, he couldn't have really come back to life. That's not possible. You'd think. The driver's hair unusually white, and if that really happened overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Yeah, and like, why would he lie, you know? Or why would he be doing that as an excuse of what he was doing here?
Ah! What the bleeding Nora?
I knew she'd be here. So last episode we sent her on a mission. We had oil scents that led to Enoch Draber's workshop. So I knew she'd be coming here. So I figured that the workshop was here. Or the guy is really smart and he put some oil scent over here or something, I don't know.
What the bleeding Nora do? What have you done?
Gina, what are you doing here?
I asked Iris and she said this is where you be. So
This is not the place.
So
Did she find, I guess she found a workshop?
Gina, not so loud in the museum.
Right up the spells will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be more pressing concern.
I still have some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so gotta use it.
Also, Gina's a detective now. She's training to be a detective, and Gregson is in charge of taking care of her, and he's really taking care of her. He's gonna go to Paris soon. He's being transferred to Paris, and he plans to take Gina with him.
Put down the gun! Put down the gun! Sorry, I got scared.
You should try being one of the other end of the barrel. So what brings you here, Gina? What else?
What brings me here? What do you think? We found it! The Dojiko's workshop.
Oh, let's go. You found Dr. Draber's workshop?
Yup, Toby knows to be straight there. Boss and the others are even over there now in the drag, so come on.
Oh, let's go.
Here's the address. Got the boss to write out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make out their way there at once.
You're still not seeing Susato, used to seeing Susato dressed that way? Yeah, she just came back from Japan. Because her father is gonna be here in a month for some forensic thing. Apparently he and Lord Strongheart were friends at one point.
See you there.
So we're gonna go to the guy's workshop now. You come into a dog on the screen, yes. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. Oh, look, you don't want to come. That's a first. I mean, what? What? No! I know my place in the exhibit over there.
Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself.
Dots. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense and Iris' dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Dots! Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. He just want me to pay. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes then. Okay.
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruto.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. Whoa. Ah. Is this the prototype? What the hell is this? Is he here? There's arrows in the... There's a quiver of arrows. There's a trophy. There's a ladder. That looks like...
It's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Indeed it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally. Sholmes' eyes have vanished.
So you got in? Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time, you've really worked miracles.
Hey, Crow's Nest, how you doing? You should thumbs up the stream.
Is Toby here who's a miracle worker?
Yes, doggo. What's his eyes doing? I thought you lot would show up long before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips.
So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul here.
Dang. Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue you lot turned up. You wouldn't know what I say. Go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. You wanna pet the dog? And away if you're hoping to snoop around here and get cracking. Lord Von Zix and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Oh no! Them again. I imagine you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly with lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellows, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you show. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Ah ha ha! Very droll, Gretchen. Very droll. You may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous wax model. Right, okay. Right then. Let's see what we can find in here. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Left to right. Left to right. What on earth is this?
An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it would allow humans to fly freely in the skies.
Is that how the trick will be described, is it?
Sorry?
Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it?
Oh well, this model is yes, but the real aeroplane will actually fly high in the sky.
While suspended from something even higher than the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't stay in mid-air unsupported. Ah, don't you love the 1800s?
So to you the solution is even ever taller towers.
Ah, it appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed. What did you say? An impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. Oh my god, Renosuke, you're so uncultured. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your ache and pains will go away soon. Dots. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No? Not now. I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Enoch drama than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruto? Please, planes don't exist yet, it seems, yeah? This is still the era where they travel by boats. They just got cameras. At least Japan just has not even found out about cameras yet. Would you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he?
It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly displayed somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
Yeah, this is the era where people don't really know about other human beings yet, so that's why there's a lot of racism in the game. Seems to be some racism, but it's just unculturedness because they don't know anything about other human beings around the world.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto. The machine is covered by the special dispensation for the Scientific Equipment Act. There will be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and government.
Who cares? Dots?
Dots.
Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices. Deception to be seen, my dear fellow.
No loose change, drop on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone at all be here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato. I wanted to examine the ladder. This door doesn't want to open.
Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a special locksmith on his way here from the yard, so hands over until he gets here. With permission, Inspector. I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. No one's going to give it to you. They made Leon even more delicious with a trash bowl. Yeah, I saw the Leon episode of Evolutions. Look a lot. Bye. Gregson looks as though he really enjoyed that.
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side.
No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. So, any windows we can examine here? No, nothing. Nothing. Inspector? We can't even click on the inspector. Okay, let's see this quiver. So we have a crossbow. So these are the arrows for the crossbow. This is
European style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose?
crossbow bolts. These just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. My glasses are like all over the place. In other words, yup, it's more evidence to support your theory. Hell yeah. Barrow's not gonna like this. And there goes to show that Driver was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Nice. Oh! Is something wrong, Mr. Sato?
Well, I thought I heard a noise. Did you not hear that? It's literally... That was the loudest thud I ever heard in my entire life. It's louder than Hurlock at night. What? From the far side of the door. Well, Gina, do you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it all. What you reckon, Toby?
Right, mind the grace. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. Dots. They're running away! They ran away, you idiot! You idiotas, there was a ladder there.
Someone is in there.
They probably ran away through like a hatchet or something. Ah, this rotten blading lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only I were countenance, I would unlock that door in less than a minute. Oh. No. Fine. Take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Ah, you may enter at will. You confuse minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Let's go in. He probably ran away. Not for it, I suppose it's an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond the door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes, he probably ran away. That was definitely the sound of him running away through a ladder and closing a hatchet or something. Like, what the hell's happening? Oh my god, that's a bomb! Hell no. Hell no. He ran away somehow, but where? What's happening here? Why is everything upside down? off the wall.
But there must be. There was only moments ago we heard those noises.
Maybe that was the sound of Drabble running away.
But there's only one door to the room.
That we can see. And no windows could afford an escape route. The skylights are too high. There's footsteps on the freaking thing. No? What's that up there? Are those footprints on the ceiling? Blimey, what are you here? Hello? The bomb? Hello, y'all see the bomb? Is no one paying attention to the bomb in the middle of the room? Like what? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
To what? The Professor Eyebrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd be no need for smuck around trying to investigate all the scrap metal. There's something of great interest here too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of the pillar. So he did run away, no? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you not observed, Mr. Naruhodo.
We must investigate the entire room thoroughly before the forensic investigation team arrive too.
Oh, Herlock's looking at the freaking bomb. Hey! For once in your life.
Almost every piece of furniture is upside down.
Even Mr. Sholmes. Huh, is this room upside down? Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't this much of a mess. Can this room turn upside down, you think?
You're in no position to comment on the mess, Mr. Naruhodo.
I suppose it's not quite the same thing because all the furniture really is literally upside down. I mean, it's not messy in here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down.
But why?
There must be a button, like a switch or something, a button. Hey, what's up, Celebi? There's no denying it, they're footprints.
Yes, it would appear so. I simply can't imagine how they came to be here.
Isn't there a Susato shoot up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean?
I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo.
That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. There has to be a button or something. It's a really lovely model. Looks just like a real flying balloon.
I think it's probably staying aloft the same principle of a full-size balloon using gas.
A green flying balloon! It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? There's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose.
The bolt is bolted to the floor to prevent the exact sort of upper-handed trick, Mr. Naruhodo.
Then you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose.
Sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all.
This room upside down wouldn't make sense either, though.
Anyway, I think we can agree to whatever inside must be very important.
Okay. There's some missing picture frames. Maybe they fell on the floor. Is there nothing under this? Is this a bed or something? Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. Never seen anything like it before. Why? Why is there a dynamite in the game and what happened so far in this? What happened so far in the story? So currently, the case that we're working on is there's a great exhibition event where scientists get to show off their experiments, And this scientist, which is our client Albert, his experiment is to teleport someone from one side to another side. So he made this plan, and the guy that the workshop we're in is of Enoch Draber, who is the guy that built the machine. But he built the machine as more of a trick rather than a science experiment. And it somehow this experiment ended up in another guy called Mr. S-Man. He's dead on the other side, in a completely different building. So that's the case currently. So currently we're trying to find this Enoch Draber guy, who's the engineer who built the machine. And we're also finding little plot points of the other characters in the game, like the serial killer, the professor. You zone out a bit, there's a dynamite, yup, and they don't understand that looks like a dynamite. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars. Ah! Susato is the only one that knows this. Susato is the only one with a brain. What's the matter?
Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What did you say?
A time bomb?
Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? Ah ha ha! You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment.
Huh, you don't know nothing, do you, Otto?
You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? The thick bundle of cigars. I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm so busy studying law, I haven't researched a dictionary. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a similar appearance. Oh, it's not a bomb?
Oh, well, thank goodness. Then what is it?
Nuts. I see. So that's it. Go.
Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter?
There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. I am fated to never know how it feels to flounder as you do when the puzzle presents itself. What? But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Sato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene before us, but first is the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Draber himself.
Oh, but how could you?
Connection is dropping on you, so you won't be able to stick for much longer. That's alright. The second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question a completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything.
Best of luck to you. Thank you. Yeah, hopefully I caught up everybody with what's happening. So we, in between this main case, we also found out about a serial killer named the Professor, who killed 5 people, including the prosecutor's older brother. And apparently our best friend, who we thought we did, might still be alive and is currently has amnesia and is the prosecutor's apprentice. So wow, it would be a pleasure. After all, it's a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard to define the points of the trade. Josh! Well, Inspector seems delighted with the idea anyway. Ahaha!
Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dictate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mrs. Sotero.
Oh, yes. I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Let's go. Oh, please. Let's see what nonsense he comes up with. Oh, Susato, your outfit is... It's plain to see that in this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. It's almost as if the furniture in the room had recently been happily positioned on the ceiling before falling straight down to the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Indeed. Wait, there's a number on the freaking chair. Safe, there's a safe code. Who writes their safe code there, brother? Indeed, the key is here. It's gravity. Whoa, wait, is that happening actually? What the fuck is going on? It would appear that technology at last has succeeded us from freeing us from the great pull of the earth. Oh, it's not what that wasn't actually happening. For the gravity in this room was reversed, then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth, but the part of gravity playing the whole business. Huh? What? So that part's weird. I understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. That was a cool shot, though. It was like a movie. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one featured in the dream of mine. Yes, only in the other day, in fact.
But then why does he have a clock on it?
Most relevant question indeed. That's a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. The commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment the restoration was restored. Yes, the reason why everything here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. As you see, so you see, we need to look no further to explain the state of which we find ourselves. Find the room. The direction in gravity acts here were reversed by Mr. Driver before being restored to normality is an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. Is that possible in this era? I've witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Your dream isn't real, bro. Bro. What if he's in this room? Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer's friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have here to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling, because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Draber's aim was singular to escape. However, there's but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Whoa! By inverting the gravity in this room, in here, the Draber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. Whoa, this is so weird!
But the ceiling here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity here reverse was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Driver have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
What the whoa? This is the coolest deduction scene ever. Falling up both scientifically and philosophically, a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. It's probably the balloon instead, which explains how Draber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Hello, now's not the time for fun. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Wow. Dots.
Dots. Dots.
She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. Shut up. The thing is such a thing actually possible? Anti-gravity device, I mean? Well, not now, but I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the end of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. Isn't that impossible though? Dots. But your whole deduction hinges on it. But my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, what remains must be the truth, however improbable it may seem. Hey, what's up, Madison? Huh? It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more endearing pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I read it somewhere. Something Mr. Santos lent me once.
Objection! Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
The spell's broken at last.
The rope you found on the floor, wasn't it?
It was. It lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Driver had used it to escape the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Dots. Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end. As I think you find, do ropes. You had fun in Animal Crossing earlier? First time in a while somebody has said that. Yeah, I'll do the next Animal Crossing stream on Twitch, which is villager hunting. I haven't moved anyone yet. Today Bud wanted to move, but so I'm waiting for somebody to move, then I'll do the Twitch stream. Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end. As I think you find, do ropes. And as evidence of such, you only need to look at the mystery facing this room, now skillfully unraveled. The argument is as circular as the coils of rope.
I think perhaps you might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with minor corrections, the great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. We must do it quickly before Enoch Drummer gets too far away. Or before Van Zix comes. You celebrated your birthday earlier, yes. Happy birthday. You found special dialogue. Oh, in the game? What was the dialogue? If you're ready, let us review. Sherlock Holmes, logic and reasoning spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamps, everything is upside down. It's almost as if every item in the room had recently been happily positioned on the ceiling before falling straight down to the floor. Melba pointed out your birthday is 9/9. The month matches the day. She says easy to remember, so it must be okay now. Oh, that's cute! I didn't know that was a thing. That's so cool. She's right, 9 is your lucky number for the exact reason. That's kind of cool though, that there's a special dialogue if your birthday and the day and the month match. That's pretty dope. Nobody's gonna talk about the safe number? Indeed, the key's here. It's gravity. Dude, this is the coolest deduction scene. Look at this, this is awesome! Notice 12 years ago was your first time playing Pokemon. Oh dang. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pool of the earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part that gravity played in the whole business.
To think gravity could be reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation.
But the man himself admitted it was scientifically impossible, so...
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Sato.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. You're waiting for dinner at 6 and your dad's calling you sometime today. It's his birthday too. Oh dang! You all share the same birthday?
Yes, I suppose so.
Let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Your first legal drink tonight, is it this flower pot? The upright vase? The upright vase or something? Vase?
Take that!
The upright vase! Vase! British vase! Clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. You were born on his 40th birthday, so he's 61 now. Dang! That's so cool you share the same birthday as your father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you surpass yourself by completely turning my argument on his head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in this room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing cleanly to attention. Unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor. Is an exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all! Oops. My deepest sympathies for your loss.
Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
What a scene. Or is he? The show must go on. Let's continue with our deductions. Now we know the contrivance is not, in fact, not anti-gravity device. There remains one other possibility that is actually a bomb. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite naturally, there's an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, doesn't he?
I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong.
Well, there's no doubt about that someone did this. Somebody turned all the furniture over. Whoever it was must have had a reason.
I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all.
Did they do that to find a safe code? Aha. Let's look around. They probably did that to find a safe number. So it wasn't him? It wasn't him. Someone else was in this room. So somebody else was in this room turning all the furniture upside down to find a safe number.
Take that!
Interesting. What? So they knew the safe was under a furniture, but they didn't know which furniture it was. The reason why everything upside down has been turned upside down, everything here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely, I believe, Mr. Naruto, that you had a very similar experience, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down inside the cover of a book just in case. That's it. For people forgetful souls at heart. Always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the trick itself safe could be more sensible, I think.
What pray happened next, Mr. Naruto? When the day of the draw came round, I forgotten which book I written in the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it! For people who are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they noted things down.
Not if you always know things in the same place.
I actually won second prize, you know. I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I... Thank you, Mr. Naruto. I totally improved my point. What the hell? It's a very similar scenario being clearly unfolded in his room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture but forgot which one, leading to the state of which we now find the room. So we can open the safe now. Yes, Mr. Drummond overturned the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Does the safe have a button code? Wow, we completely changed that reasoning. The conclusion. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's great aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have here to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up under the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the skylight.
Well, if a change in direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there?
Yes, I feel as though this mystery has just become harder to solve.
I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life is so much simpler in the Halcyon days, when gravity could be reversed.
It was minutes ago, and those Halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. What the hell? There's a shoe here! It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look!
There are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown out and became lost.
If so, judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. So he lifted himself up on this balloon? What the hell?
That's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
The power went out for almost an hour. Oh no! Welcome back. Hold on. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. On closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never discarded at all, but the balloon.
But for what purpose?
The green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah!
It was a piece of the green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruto and Iris found at the scene.
And inside the green balloon that Master Gods claimed he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous eclipse deception.
So you mean to say?
If we assume the balloon here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility that something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach, hence why he resorted to using a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah, what? Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. He had arrows in his workshop. You're so mad today you literally had a chance to watch one and suddenly a thunderstorm starts. No, it's alright. Hopefully the power stays there with you now. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear, we desperately needed to examine the balloon. If only there were a way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this room in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope?
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to admit that was clever. But to throw the rope up to the balloon and pull us down to the ground? Put it down to the ground?
Which is much easier than said than done, I feel. It could take us very long time as well.
True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, don't we? Do we? Ah. The crossbow? But won't it set ablaze?
Take that!
There's arrows outside. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
That was fun at the scene, in fact.
In all likelihood, it belongs to Drebber. If the man had only brought it way with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. Mr. Sholmes, maybe leave the shirt open like a queen. Oh my. I mean, look at those look at those chesticles, you know. What? So shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is that Enoch Drebber was hidden inside the balloon? BAM! What the hell is that? Ah, it's the head of the thing. That doesn't show us the face of the killer. It's the wax model head. A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork inside a head inside a metal mask. A mask that's shut tight and fastened with a strong and impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Ah, why? I want to know.
Just a moment. This is the head of a wax model. Does that mean? Oh goodness!
I see you've joined the dots, Mr. Sato. Excellent! Of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the adopted Madame Tuspel's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. So luckily you came. As you shall now surmise, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes.
But why is it here?
Why do you think? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it, Sante, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Hairbrain's case and the waxwork abduction are inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. So what is the bomb? Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? Is he in the safe? I think he's inside the safe, though. It seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? Is he hearing all of this in the safe? He's like, oh my god, oh my god, in the safe. Oh, and his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we made together during this deduction. Yeah, he needed a safe code so he can hide there. Enoch Drebber is right here somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... Can a person hide there?
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us the engineer was still in the building at the point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. Man, this is the coolest deduction so far. The coolest looking one. In summary, Mr. Adolf Draper is at the very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Inside the safe. Deduction complete. Hell yeah. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1,
4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2.
I knew that. Alright then. I mean the number's right on the chair. Here goes. My dude. You found me. You. Whoa, is it breakdancing? Is he Michael Jackson? Is he What was that? Another clown. What is this? Is this music? The literal clown music? But remix? Right then, sir. Sir. Mr. Alexander, I presume. Ew! Ew! What should he sound like? I think it is the clown song. Why though? Why? I can't avoid the clowns even in this game. The music is haunting me now. Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. He looks like he's like a freaking Victor from Final Fantasy.
You shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame to spells as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would like to advise you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate?
Your parcel?
So it is a bomb! I defer, of course. To the time bomb, I left it in the most prominent position.
Ah!
Ha ha ha. I see. Stunned silence. Ew! You're all gearing up to die with me then.
No!
He looks like a robot, yeah?
Mr. Sholmes! We've only 7 seconds to spare!
That was too close for comfort. I was got 1 foot in the grave already. Oh, you trying to help us get a killer or get scared? He acts like a wind-up toy, yeah? Ew, dude, right? And his music is the clown music. Wait, let me Google it just in case. Just to double confirm with all of us that he truly did have the clown music. Enoch Drabber theme. He really had a remix version of the clown music. I don't know. It just sounded like it.
Mr. Sholmes' suggestions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, it was a close shave. You've been looking now. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist!
Well, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Yep, it's the clown music. Oh my god, I hate this guy. He's not even a clown! What on earth happened in here? Can someone like arrest him though? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Whoa, I don't want to screw you. Oh. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, drummer. Dots. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. Whilst when I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
Whistling?
Ah, that would have been me! For some reason, I woke in a fine fettle today. Oh God, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Sholmes! Don't! No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have had a screw loose. No, hold on, anything. Look at my glasses being bought. Also, I didn't get to watch Shang-Chi yesterday. I fell asleep. I might go later though. Clearly, I must have had a screw loose, though I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I had written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So then I set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head of the balloon from the balloon among the rafters. Dots. And after you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking, well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Also, his like jacket is the Switch logo. Just kidding. The Switch buttons. The plus and minus buttons. Got this without you, hiding inside a ticking bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe.
It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it.
So in fact, the safe was the only safe place.
Precisely.
But once you climb inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again.
I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within.
Ah, so it is.
I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans.
Dude, do you mean to say you were planning to blow this all up, blow us all up?
No, that was unforeseen.
What do you mean? I didn't get in time.
Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet.
Ah!
I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works.
What? Something wrong, Gregson. Do I have something on my face besides the unusual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? Wow. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going through here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently?
Dots.
Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to.
That is no ordinary head, you know. That is the head of the professor, clad in a mask with a strong lock so strong I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying around.
Oh no! Why is Courtney here? Uh-oh. The investigation team is here. Oh, Bond is here. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware. Oh, this is the coroner, by the way. The head coroner. I'm sure. And her name is literally Courtney, and she looks like Courtney, no? I'm sure you're aware that I've sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Oh, yes, well. Dr. Sif again. So the forensics investigation team are here. And you know fully well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer to access him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you would be finished. Lord! You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, there's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Sif? Whoa! Old acquaintance? Hello, Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Sif? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such sour expression on your face, you're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out? But of course, we shall show ourselves to the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? It would appear that our delightful, entertaining investigations have run their course for the day. But Mr. Sholmes... Let us leave this place at the doctor's capable hands. Go. I said, get out now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Not. Understood. Jeez. But I'll say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that disarmed. Inspector. Oh, Inspector! You're back on our side. Dots?
A coo.
Oh god.
Coo. Someone gave you a chuckle, Ozzy Dropper. Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one.
What are you that one? You mean?
Cool. Wait, what? Oh no. Wait, huh? Gina, let go of the bomb! Oh no! Oh no! There's people there! Now they can't investigate it. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at this great exhibition. Dude, there was some Scotland Yard there. Professor Harebrain's invention and his secrets were blown away forever. We have the blueprints. No? Ah, man. Are you kidding me? Ah, God. What the hell? Oh my god. Oh, this is a trial time. This is probably the final trial for this case. Jeez. Oh no, wait, Kazuma's here. I can't deal with the emotional instability. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? Tots! I hope so. I should be, even I with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in a battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need to remain calm in the court today.
Yes, do try your hardest. Do not enter the witness stand uninvited again.
Yes, I will. I realized this was a mistake. My dear fellows, I must interject. What? You're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you overlooked some praise, have you not? To pick us in my direction, huh? Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face. At last I was bestirred.
Oh my, Iris had been busy.
Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far, she's too nice. Oh, I sense a spirit of fellow scientists. One who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I am one worthy of praise here, not Iris. That is my victory. Sorry to cut in, but... Inspector? Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hours? I don't know, maybe because I've been confronted with the grim expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know! Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the secret paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought on the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
That mass murderers?
Who killed the 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a close trial 10 years ago now. It's done all under the wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here.
What? I don't want to bring it up in front of Barok. This is what?
I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Should we read it?
Let's go through our evidence again. Here's a newspaper with Kazuma. Nice. Here's a map, I guess, a sketch. We've got a green cloth, which is a balloon. We've got a crossbow that opens up. We've got the crime scene photo with just glass here. We found the glass in the statue of the thing. We have the autopsy report of the victim, which is he has a broken vertebra resulting from the height impact, whatever. We've got a screwdriver. Photograph of the balloon being shot with a crossbow. We've got the bird cage that the victim was inside. We have a photograph of the driver on some street, I guess, I don't know. We have a camera that has blood on it in the inside. We have a piece of broken glass which we haven't investigated really, but that's really... This piece of glass is almost as thick as it's wide.
I've never seen anything like it.
If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin.
There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know.
Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely.
Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure.
We have a trophy from the scientist, which we're keeping for some reason. I don't know why. There's a little metal plaque here. Here, look, fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery.
Seems rather ironic, doesn't it?
But clearly Mr. Drebber is a very talented scientist. Is there anything else we should investigate? Can we open it or something? Well, we have the head of the waxwork. Oh my god. So inside is the face of the killer. The serial killer. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask if it was put on you.
What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convict criminal.
I know, it's starting to make me livid actually.
Mr. Naruhodo, please.
I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless.
Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite much anger.
Oh, right. Sorry. Making me livid that they put this on his face. Is there no other way to open it? And this is the killer's autopsy report. Oh my god. So the mass murderer, known as the professor, who was tried and found guilty by those 10 closed trial 10 years ago. Condemned prisoner. ... Redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym the professor. Death by hanging confirmed by midnight 17 June. Courtney Stevens. So she changed her name for some reason. The coroner. So Courtney is one of the only few people who know, like other than the people in the trial, the only person who knows who the professor truly is. Courtney Stevens. She changed her name. Interesting. Okay. Courtney Stevens. What the hell? Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Herlock was probably in that room. He probably was there, huh? That's why he knew that Courtney's name would come up in the autopsy report. Herlock is hiding some secret. So he was in. So obviously he was involved. That's why he knows about the Hound or Baskerville or whatever. As lonely lot at the yard, just doing what we can in the shadow of the great detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay this all to rest at last.
I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
Dots, I suppose he'll be up there today, will he? Drebber.
Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness.
Speaking of the prosecution, right? Kazuma. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel, defendant. Trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. Oh gosh. Oh well. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before actually. It's this strange foreboding as if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. Don't! I'm not ready either. But I can't let it distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. I'm not ready for it either. Don't do that, Naruhodo. Saying that makes it worse. Oh god, he really is there. Oh my god! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We're back, folks. We'll resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. All the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed. Ugh! Why is he there? Why does he have to be here? I don't want him to be here. He has the same mouth as Kazuma. That's Kazuma. I'm getting stressed. I'm so stressed. Kazuma is really here. The prosecution is ready, my lord. Dots. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Von Zix has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. Dots. If I may, Lord Von Zix. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Oh, yes, my apprentice. Oh, an assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceeding will see complexity of this case arise considerably. Who's that person you're talking about that's here? In the first game, there was a character named Kazuma Asogi, which is our character Naruhodo, his best friend, and he was. So Kazuma, if anyone didn't see the first game, Kazuma is Naruhodo's best friend, who was the actual lawyer. He was the lawyer in Japan, and he smuggled us on the. He was supposed to go to England to be a lawyer in England, and on the way there, on the boat there, he was killed. At least we thought he was killed. But it seems that Herlock lied to us that he was dead, maybe. And he seems to be alive, but memory loss. So now they covered his face, but I'm pretty sure that's Kazuma. Which is very stressful because he's not dead, but he currently has memory loss, so he doesn't know that he's Kazuma, I guess. I mean, the guy has memory loss. And he's forbidden to speak to us, I guess. I don't know. So. He's our best friend who we thought was dead for like a whole year in the game. What? I thought he's your assistant, not your freaking maid. He has a sword even. Oh my god. Yeah, that's Kazuma 100%. Oh my god. Hell no. Hell no. He even got his samurai sword. Well, it's an English sword. But he's definitely using it like a samurai. He just opened that freaking bottle like nothing.
I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial.
And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it.
The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else.
Shut up, Susato. I don't need you to remind me every second. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but oh, this is so very hard.
What do you think it is for me, man? It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the courtmate yesterday. I understand you've successfully secured the engineer from the scene of the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good, very good. Then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, imagine he missed not opening. He's like, oh. There we go. Bonzing's be like, oh my god. Aren't you a samurai? Though Bonzing doesn't know who he is either. So the Chief Justice sent this master man to be his assistant. And even Bonzix doesn't know what he looks like underneath the cloak. Oh, and he's only allowed to speak to Bonzix apparently. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're ready, boy? We've been choosing at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today. You ready? Are you ready?
Of course, my lord. We're sure we understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
To take a man's life with conjuring trick is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. And for charges who has felt the wrath of God, if you ask me.
Who's this girl?
We have listened to what's in a both-sided fence and settle on one that's easy.
It wasn't like this back in my day. It wasn't like this at all.
If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Bonzings.
Before I do, my lord, there's a report I must read to the court.
Bro, is he your assistant or your maid, bro? Your slave, dude. Just giving you the report, opening your bottle for you. My goodness.
Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage whatever machine which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons.
Oh my god, dude, right?
It was what? Explosion!
Put your gun down!
This is an outrage!
Hey! Oh my god. I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens and wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. Do we have the other bomb with us? Or is that not a thing? Yeah? Okay, we don't. Clearly.
I have here a photographic print taken in the wake of the explosion.
Huh, anything of interest? It does show that the floor does have an opening, which is gonna help us reveal the trick behind this instantaneous BS, whatever. So I guess that's helpful.
It shows what little remains of the machine.
Ah, yes, a terrible business.
He did it to destroy the evidence, did he?
He gave us more evidence than anything.
That ain't no trouble.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. The floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion.
There we go. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded by to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence, As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw from meaningless conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused, of that which we can be certain. For the accused himself who was operating the machine who ultimately caused the loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Von Zix rightly says, this is a very different trial now. Oh. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by this machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names counsel if you please. The engineer Enoch Draper and the victim himself, O.D. Asman. Don'ts. So, what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Von Zink, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. Will like the kid behind run around and try to grab the freaking witness? The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Draper, to the stand. just Kazuma just runs around and tries to grab the guy. No, just kidding. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Draper. Occupation. Hard to pin down. Whoa! I would say. Next little. See that black particle? Yes, that's why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Oh, you too? I had the exact same feeling myself. Dots. Your file indicates you're currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? It's most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. I feel like as though it's not. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at a great exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous, oh my god, kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? Oh my god. One thanks! It was you, Mr. Draper, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Also, our investigation indicates. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, that's all. And the court will be interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Thoughts. Bro. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science. Making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? We need the blueprints. That is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. You blew it up yourself! But we've already established that the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. Gah! All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome would have been produced by the means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated a feasibility, nothing more. But we procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, so you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration of the great exhibition. Understood.
Oh my god.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, though through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints. I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin?
I mean, I don't know.
All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible incident, I grant you. Perhaps the science of which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
A body double?
That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something might move when in reality it hasn't is basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But it would be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines.
Ugh! Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness, but such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims, namely the construction of what all counts to be an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Trapper. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how.
Yes, it's true that I once possessed considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches any of the academic in the field.
Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it ourselves there.
If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to some sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by the misuse of the machine?
What? I don't understand anything he just said. What the hell did he just say? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
I bet the young. Woo!
Okay, that's not questionable.
Hold it!
Can we see the blueprints? It's clear you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of the conjuring magic, however.
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
It's possibility we have to explore.
Unfortunately though, the machine has been blown to kingdom come. There is really nothing left to explore, is there?
You're a hoe! It appears the Kanish's machine was fitted with a time explosive device of some kind.
Oh, I wonder where they came from. There's nothing left of the device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear.
He must have planned it all from the outset!
But in any case, it is abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin?
Hold it!
Oh, of course, that's it. That last man has a twin. I literally said no.
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Aspen had no twin siblings.
No, but I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me.
The demonstration must have been a trick. There would be someone who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Sif absolutely ruled out that as a possibility.
I agree with you both, so he is.
That's beyond question. That's beyond question. The victim himself, Mr. Aspen, did move from the stage to Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Aspen then.
Dots.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked like identical to the victim is playing on my mind. I mean, they could have put the fingerprints there before and then do all this after. No? A body double. A body double. A body double. Do they look similar? No. Not at all. It's like a body double. Let's see the explosion picture. Is there anything that do they investigate what's in the hole? Maybe it was a robot? I mean, he is a mechanical guy, whatever. But I don't know if robot would be like a thing.
Hold it!
It crashed head first, you say? Head first? It wasn't head first. The birdcage that we have is not head first, no? It's foot first or whatever. To the base.
According to many witness reports, those who were there at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds that day? And he has a mechanical hand. I don't know if that's his real hand or not.
Unlikely, I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet another one of your unique inventions was found at the scene.
Don't. Well, it was unveiling of the machine that I labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower.
What a surprise!
I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
It was broken. How would you have come by that information?
Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver, believed to belong to the victim, and he had a broken vertebra, which belonged to the defendant, I mean, as a result of the fall from considerable height.
Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Very good. Congratulations, you're so smart.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one?
Sadly not. Forensic science is not at the level where such things can be determined.
Huh.
What we do know is that the victim died, having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious he fell from a considerable height.
Huh, I suppose that's hard to deny. Is it the fact that he said head first, but the birdcage is broken from the bottom? I'm gonna try that. Cause his neck is broken, but the...
Objection!
We examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves, even though we probably weren't allowed to. As you can see, the cage is a wooden construction has sustained damage in one particular spot.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of the damage. Oh. All the breakage in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top.
What are you saying?
That's the opposite of when it shipping. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at the base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way that to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment, but all an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Well,
Oh, he's already flustered, bro. We just started the trial, bro.
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage to the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that its crash hit tail first into the tower.
objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first.
Birdcage materialized in the sky next to the balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion, and altitude is some 60 feet above ground level.
which is approximately 18 meters.
Then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower, into the ensuing and deflagration. Witness reports amidst such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
The text is blurry for you for some reason. Hey Max, what's up? Is it the quality? You can change it to in the settings.
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his bird were crushed. Doors. Coo 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 coo. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though, even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually.
God, he wasn't quite for long.
I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zix. This witness clearly is a swindler, the one who deceives a personal friend of his.
Dots, if you're going to establish this deception, do it right.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the undertone here. So, Van Zix probably does truly believe that it's all bullshit, but but he wants us to do it correctly. Huh? Okay. Interesting. Because I don't think that Van Zix is a fan of Drebber either.
Ah yes, there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as certain truth plainly demonstrates.
What? It seems to me the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drammer, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. His movements are so cursed, it truly is, dude. When we found him, he rolled out and came up like a doll. Like, it's so weird. It's so strange. But we're trying to pinpoint this guy now.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all.
Ah! I nearly had him there. Ew! Ew! He's dancing.
Dots. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Aha! But what about the freaking hole in the ground, bro? What about the hole in the ground? There's a hole in the ground. There's a hole in the ground. There's a hole in the ground.
Objection!
Do we have what? Do we have to press it? This impossible, man. Fine. Do we have to press it? and then they ask us?
Hold it!
What do you mean?
Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on the stage in front of the audience.
Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true.
The victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. A balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. To the point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference is 30 feet, therefore the total distance of the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance that it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
Transient scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear and explain it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh, yes, it is very well thought out.
Certainly, all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes. What? There's nowhere else 30 feet. Is it not the hole on the ground? Let me see my evidence. There's nowhere else. Do we not inspect the hole on the ground? Hello? Is this 30 feet or not? Anywhere else that's 30 feet. 30 feet, 30 feet. Is this... Is this 30 feet? So the machine, so here is where they found the victim, over here. That's 30 feet above the ground. And here, the cage is 30 feet above the actual floor. Do we show this one then? The diagram showing the positions of the crystal tower and the machine? So I think the hole is to show how he fell. Maybe this is to show where he fell, like where he, like how, like yeah. You change the quality of the video playback. The text is still blurry. Just want to let you know. Really? Well, it shouldn't be. What's the quality of the playback currently for you? It shouldn't be blurry. Let me look on another window. It shouldn't be blurry. Maybe it's just small. Maybe just the font and a small screen. I don't know. This is a diagram. It's okay. I'm reading all the dialogues as best as I can, so maybe it's not really the most important thing, I guess. At least, I'm gonna read every word as correctly as I can. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. The in-game screen saw a change at one point already. Dots. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling on down to Crystal Tower. A fall about 30 feet or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you will see that there's another possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No! Dots. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Yeah, we do. Bet we do. Yeah, betcha. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring to on the same diagram. Alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen the requisite 30 feet. So, do we point here, the place? It fell here. From here?
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here! But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly why the point, my lord. The birdcage was in the machine on the stage, but what we must also consider is the height of which the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you will see it's about the same height as the above ground as the balloon was above the crash site. Go. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. That moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there's a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Ow! Yeah. Once again, my lord, this is all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two!
Objection!
My learned friend, there's no evidence that the stage has such a contrivance in its design.
Oh, we have the picture. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, is true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photograph. Oh, we don't even have to present it. At the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill from that form on the floor on the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. It's because the construction of the machine that matters. The machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life and lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could have only been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Whoa. He's already angry. Grr. There's no way he's breaking down now. We just started, no?
Objection!
Oh my god.
If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions,
Kazuma! He put the glass for you, you just broke it like in 0.2 seconds, bro. He made the effort to open the bottle for you and everything.
the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely.
What?
Your argument fails to hold water on two grounds.
Two?
Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness Wendy was nowhere near the kinesis machine. Relative and every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition was attested to that.
I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of birdcages.
Objection!
I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. Let me see this body. I guess if he wore a wig and glasses, it would look kinda similar. That's a stretch though, I feel.
The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team report is unequivocal to that point.
Ah!
And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Hold on. Get back. Getting food soon though. Don't worry, this trial should be the last trial. And we're gonna finish today. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Von Zings? The contract to which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all the remunerations from the government's grants or other outcome. 30%? Certainly very favorable in contractual conditions. A447, Zani, how you doing that? Did you see Evolutions episode 1? Yeah, Leon. Also, we have this guy. The engineer. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold his right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would be null and void. You see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor reason to commit the alleged crime. Also, Kazuma is there, beside Van Zings. Not beside. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Whoa. Mama Leon looking like a snack? Oh yeah. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Von Zings, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
Let's read through this contract, shall we? Because maybe 1-6 is freaking blind as hell. Terms of investment. The investor, Mr. O.D. Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. N. of Driver, to fund labor and materials of the construction of the super high voltage entertainer kinesis machine. Mr. Driver to receive 30% of all the and Mr. Driver may uphold all his rights on the condition that both parties are alive. Okay. 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 Nice signatures. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage underneath the stage with the one in the crystal tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been.
There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however.
Oh,
There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that.
ah,
So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
oh. When it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Notes. Coo. Coo. Well, I must say, I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built. Instead, my reputation is defiled, and the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Yeah! At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first.
Adults.
I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in entirety by you, Mr. Trevor. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired.
Dots.
So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you would have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Boy, someone else, counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Trevor had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then I presume you're all prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness but someone else of the most serious of crimes. Ugh. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Dots. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course? Formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? Dots. What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Draper had an accomplice or if he really is a true culprit here.
Dots.
One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So what's my stance gonna be? Did Draper have an accomplice or not? Huh. Is his accomplice the guy himself? The victim? It was some evil? If he had an accomplice, it has to be the victim himself. But for some reason, there was a breaking out. Like for some reason. Maybe they didn't expect him to die or something. It's the dancing guy. The defense is ready to name Mr. Draper's accomplice. Somehow the 2 bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel? Huh? My lord. You've received a stark warning already. If you're nevertheless determined, is this the wrong answer? I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Draper's accomplice? It has to be the guy himself, no?
Take that!
Thoughts? Who is this person? Somehow intimately related to the crime, my lord. Okay, give me a second. Okay, back. I have the food and it's raining. I think I might go watch Shang-Chi later. I need to watch it, man. I was gonna watch it yesterday. I might buy a Pro controller too. I don't know. Because I can use it for my Switch and the PC, right? Pro controller. Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord, and someone surely wouldn't say you don't know. I thank you, I'm aware of the person, obviously. On what basis do you claim this felonious involvement? Oh, is it not? Dang it! Does he not have an accomplice then?
I'm sure you simply slipped and pointed the wrong person, didn't you? There's no other explanation.
No slip-ups this time, please, counsel. Is he not the accomplice? Why would I blame the balloon man? No? I can't blame the coroner, right? No. He is saying specifically the coroner's report. I can't blame her for no reason. There is kind of a reason she would make, because we're saying that there's only one guy specifically because of her report. Why would she work together with him?
Take that!
No way! It really is? The name of the person in question. What's wrong, my Nipponi's friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Why would she do it? Why would she work with the guy? Because of the Baskerville case or whatever? Because of the professor? Because her name is there? Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely gonna make waves. A lot of waves. Oh, this is so scary. I can't name the head. I'm naming the head coroner. I could very well turn every person in this room or courtroom against me.
I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mr. Sato.
The enemy always appears larger than life, but you appear exact the same to the enemy.
Alright then. Here goes. I can't believe I'm doing this. You kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Council Mao.
This is hard. No, there's so much more to this. Huh? The person who could. The person. Why would he do that? It has to do something with the professor. Anyway, the person who colluded with Mr. Dragon in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Smith. What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Sith?
The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim.
Oh my god. We know there were 2 bird cages. So who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in the team's presence. Oh my god. I'm always blaming the government on this in these cases, man. Let me mix up my food first because I just got food as well. Dogs. Are they related? Is that why she changed her name? Is his name not Enoch Draber? It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. Does Herlock know? Did she do something in the old case too? The professor? Because she knows what the professor looks like. Maybe. Did she switch the body of the professor to... I can't do this. If she oh my, if the professor is alive, I feel like the professor might be alive, boys. Like serial killer. Also, you know. The defense demands that Dr. Sif be summoned to the witness stand wants to testify. Oh my god.
Oh man. You got a new line standing out there dragging the yard's name to the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. What does that mean? God, whoa! How do you know how wild it is at night? Eh? Or the East.
But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem in your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
A grave problem?
My what?
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
What? Sadly, if the bird cage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, the cage must also have contained the body.
And yet, no mistaking person or accidental deaths of anyone had been remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman.
That's true. My argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must have been also another person in each one. But I don't know if I got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? This is so I'm just basing everything off nothing. I mean, the only body double I can think of is Draber himself. They do have similar structures, facial structure. But all he did have to do was to pull off a wig, right? Or the wax model? Maybe that's why he stole the... that's weird though. That would be strange. Do I name someone? Or present evidence! Oh my god, this is so... Oh my hell no. Hell no. This is complex. Was it a wax figure? That's why he stole the wax figure? We don't know what the face of the wax figure looks like though. Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Aspen's body. Because if I was gonna say it was, I would have said it was the guy himself, like the Drabber guy, but then he'd be dead if he fell that high. So, but then how would they move him? Robotics? I don't know. You can do it by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Aspen's body double. They can't make a wax figure of him, no? Evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering. Counsel, the court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. What was it? Evidence or the body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means any witness would have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above? His neck was broken and the head of the wax figure is off the body, you know? So they would have the same injury if they fell. That's why the wax figure's head is off, because he fell head first. That's why the head came off. And that's why he took it for ransom money, but he gave it back without taking the ransom money. He didn't want the figure for ransom. He wanted it to be the body double. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Dots. Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was the wax model of the professor. That's why he doesn't have his head. And there's a piece of glass that we found from the wax figure. Yeah, it's the wax figure. We found that piece of glass in the clothes of the wax figure.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that's situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. Therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage, but instead that contained something else. Was being described as a body double, which was what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact...
It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it.
Oh, but in front of Baroque. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was as unbelievable as it may seem. That thing there! Oh my god. I'm closing my eyes. I don't want to look.
Objection!
Dots. Ooh, I'm sorry, 1-6.
Open your eyes and look into mine, Nepalese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Oh my god, the coffin is dead, everything, Jesus Christ. Stand firm now, Ryonosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court would observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of the infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you moved on to indicting waxwork.
Yes, it's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drabber.
Good. What?
Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drabber adapted this model from Madame to Spells. Did you say adopted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
Then the timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drabber?
Oog.
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drabber would have stolen this waxwork and given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Goo.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientists, that he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner, on a public stage in front of a vast audience.
I am cutting out with it.
To that effect, the deception, he used a waxwork model which in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? Or what do you decide?
I mean, honestly, it is kind of a crazy story, huh? Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord!
I'm free to speak if you please.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your ladies for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
No!
Guilty!
No!
Guilty.
Why?
Guilty!
Because the tail eyes.
Guilty!
Guilty. Because the tail I told was sounded like complete BS. It's not. That's unfair. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was gonna happen.
We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, and uncover some truths along the way, I'm sure.
Why are you so sure?
Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all the present to hear the grounds on which you have decided as the defendant is guilty of the crime with which he is charged.
No, jeez.
Why is he speaking?
I don't know woman for years. She'd never been an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think that the two will be convenient to one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork man still nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I've had my own problems. The members of the police, I do not trust them much. don't see no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the bird cage. It's conjecture.
Accuse someone without raw evidence. This is not proper jury. I will have it.
For once, the jury is like listening to the case. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Oops. Given the fact that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim. Open the mask! I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting that Mr. Asma's body double. Yes, applause is deafening. Yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why there was no one else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not this model looked like the victim.
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, I agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a couple and I scope a discussion obeying the rules sometimes when there's beats must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
I've only had the Metropolitan Police Service down for 70. Yes, you do. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, we had to fight to win the public's trust as well, and we did win, we did. Forensic science is in infancy too, here in Moscow just now. She spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Sith, you mean?
That's right, about 10 years ago now it was, when I was still young as Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding the gun in the air?
We're all about to upload justice, lad. Full of vim, we were full of vim.
That's coming across loud and clear.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case.
Books.
What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street that was got today's flat that was really policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Sif in charge of examining the bodies.
Uh-huh.
It was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that woman is the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way round. Huh.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that?
Well, why simply because this unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he?
True, as it stands, we don't know any connection.
Oh gosh, it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow involved in a mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic.
A woman of society as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know.
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there.
Whoa! This woman may be more astute than... She's a shipper!
If that woman stands Then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sif would be enough.
I agree. As soon as we even have a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Huh. We don't have a connection just yet, no? Does the court record say anything about it?
Hold it!
What sort of problems?
Let's see, we have to run in shutters on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the streets.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on the street corners and the like. The police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
What? Excuse me? Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Who are you calling a mass murderer?
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Shows. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what jury number 3 said. And clearly you do.
But back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked out fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of the investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best. Apple of the...
Hold it a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Oh, sorry, got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Siv's maiden name. Her maiden name? I like how he's telling us. So that was before she was married. Okay, okay.
Of course, that's silly. Now it's Sif now, is it?
Stevens? I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Right, the point is that there was a great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her. Okay. 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 Okay.
Hold it!
But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
Well, I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of the hat, isn't there?
Sorry.
I grant you, given this case appeared from Mr. Explosion, there had been no need for use of real person. If a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is that you're gonna make a claim about that waxwork being inside the cage. You need to give us some evidence. So without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we could expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But perhaps this means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence.
Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside the birdcage, huh? Can I produce that or not? Evidence that the waxwork was in the birdcage? The glass? I'm gonna try the glass. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. To give me your jet black outfit.
I don't mind. I'm not wearing jet black outfit today. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage, namely...
Take that!
Was that a piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though, it's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
Holy smoke!
Exactly! The centerpiece of the great exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of that special glass.
From whence which the small piece originated. Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that the clear evidence in support of that assertion has been placed before you.
What? Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you showed me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
Hell yeah! In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. The presence of the piece of glass leaves me to doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the cage. Has nothing to do with the coroner. Okay, let me question this last girl.
Hold it!
I've got to ask, what brought you to the court?
Bob. He's been on the back of the farm, picked on me off into town. He's a proper nibbler, is he?
This nibbling seems to take quite a while. It will wait after the trial.
Oh, I don't like the sound of it. I need court coroner's authorities. When I submit to decide, the coroner told point me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about your cob of corn?
Never guilty, bubble, never not guilty, count. Never guilty, bubble, never not guilty, out. Never guilty, bubble, never not guilty, out.
Oh my god, stop.
Perhaps it's akin to a fortune telling of the foul presence like people do back home.
Well, I have evidence now, though. No? Okay, whatever. Don't worry. We got this. We got some of their statements changed.
If there really was a reason why the particular vessel had to be used, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure the key to this, but the most puzzling part of it all.
In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean.
Alright.
You can read one a book while eating rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do this.
Right, yes. Okay. I'm gonna save. I think that we can fit the presence of the glass piece leaves me doubt that there's evidence, and then
Objection!
I have evidence now. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Yours? Oh, you mean me?
You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation of the waxwork mortar was inside the birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you.
Dots? Oh, is that right?
Dots. Who would be fair to say? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides current and Bob, to be honest.
Oh my god. Dots. Of course you do.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxworks has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Hell yeah.
I says is right, then it must be. You see, I wouldn't dream of going against get a problem with anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
Oh my god, with a freaking corn. Well, we got two then. Success, if you can call it that. And now, with her, if the waxwork the victim stole, because the waxwork is the professor and Courtney Stevens knows the professor.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. He sounds like a texting machine. God gracious, maybe it's the same sound effect as the SOS lady, the freaking Moscow lady. Whose statements you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light that the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sith, which in turn revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. Ooh, I love shipping people together. Oh, bro, golly, I'm afraid to see what you mean. Dr. Sith's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly trailing! What's happening with her? Counsel, court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there's substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Sith to the mass murderer known as the Professor. Oh my god, this is so scary. I'm scared to do this in front of Barra.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. Sorry, Barra. 10-year autopsy, what relevance does it have? It's of course from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. Perfect. 1-6. The Professor's the man was a capital offender, so that's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my! Courtney Stevens! Strike a like! It appears that the professor's autopsy report was conducted, or the autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sith 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Driver deliberately stole the waxwork from the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. Do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart of a link that we've yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Sith and Mr. Enoch Draper. Those hidden links, mysterious connections. Oh, I'm so moist! This is so extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. I want to hear the romance. Where's my fanfiction? Oh, hell yeah. Right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this back in my day. Oh yeah, that's the way the news goes. Bardock isn't gonna be happy about this. I'm concerned for Bardock's emotional state. Thank you, counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leading has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 who called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it!
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Wonderful victory.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm closer to Kazuma now. Don't know how to go back. A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion that could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does seem least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Driver to Dr. Sith. I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad, I really don't.
The truth is, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madam Two Spells.
Ah! I really thought that Lord Von Zix would object to this whole line of inquiry. I guess he wants to know too, right? I mean, I would want to know about the wax model of the murder of my brother. Very well, I concur. Make arrangement for Madame Two Spells to appear as a witness to immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
Ugh.
Dots.
Thanks for the reassurance, my dude. You're the box or what? Adjourn for 45 minutes. During the time, prosecution will summon a new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madam Two Spells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
This is great. Let me eat some of this food though. I don't want to hurt Barok, but I feel like the professor might still be alive. Maybe. Maybe the professor has been killing all the people that Bardock fails to execute. I think Madame Two Spells is the only one who can unlock the mask behind the professor. But I feel like we're gonna be like, can you open the mask? And she'll be like, no, don't destroy my waxwork. Ah, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask, what all is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like anything like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered who he was the one who had been adopted, the sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come back knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. Ah! Ha ha ha! As it turns out, Lord Von Zix is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he?
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now a waxbook of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I didn't want to.
I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes, in what particular manner?
Well, there's the Mr. Driver, Dr. Sif and Lord Van Zix. It seems everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Who's that? Oh. Ha ha ha! Hey! Hey, Quinn! I didn't accuse you of being an accomplice. What do you mean? Dr. Sif! Ah, Dr. Courtney Sif, Niece Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Dots. Hey, to think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfected. A policeman on the jury had to say a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sif. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. What? Lord Von Zix won't be summoning me as a witness? Why? Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Ha! Lord Strongheart. The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make a mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Huh?
But attempting to hide from the truth, that cowardice!
I always fought crime in the way I thought that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Oh, okay. Dots. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will all become too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you enjoy yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in course the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of a doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Oh. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Oh no. Hello, stop it now. I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier. You should be knowing that as you know away the truth. You made that yourself. What did that warning, Mr. Sholmes, really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Dots. It's time for the final chapter then, of this case. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. They make it sound like I'm playing the last game. Last case of the game. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, the guy's still there.
The wax model. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sentenced to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin the exploration of the defense assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Von Zeeks.
My lord.
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well, bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand.
Oh jeez. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Draper is responsible, I'm sure he is. It means he must have had accomplice in Dr. Sith.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
He is the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but present is all we have to go on. What is happening? Whoa!
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
Mr. Sholmes!
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of Madame Tuspels, the Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as a testifier. My new exhibit must open soon.
Dots. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world.
Oh my! What expression is he carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it was been kidnapped.
A waxwork model kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute of a body for a murder victim.
At present, there's no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personage exhibit. I detest to say that what is evident is Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps the faces are very similar?
Are you suggesting that we should now see the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd!
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains closely guarded national secret. There's no possible way a repository of a tawdry exhibit could get his hands on that information.
Thus, quel dommage. It will seem you are unaware of the Tuspels principles.
What principles?
The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, the fashion with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tuspels from time of the Revolution, the French Revolution. member of the Spell's family is said to have made waxwork of the queen who was executed.
Oui, that is true.
It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site.
You are correct. The model on display today is still in display in the House of Horrors. We, the spells, stopped at nothing to obtain faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, someone disturbing tenacity or purpose. It is the only way to obtain truly lifelike representation of the subject.
And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question!
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds exhibit remains extremely popular even today.
The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
So she saw the dead body because of the coroner?
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. The impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance to the Tussauds family principles. I enlisted in the aid of the gravedigger. They created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night.
So she was there?
At dawn approach, I was worried I would be discovered.
Huh? The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this, so he was the gravedigger.
Oui. I will do that all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance that my family is celebrated for.
What did you miss? We are now gonna cross-examine the wax figure. So we are trying to determine that I think we have determined that the body double is the wax figure of the professor serial killer, and we are currently trying to, I don't know what we're doing. She says that the true killer's face is really under there. So we're trying to say that they don't look similar, but maybe they do look similar or something. And then we're trying to prove that the coroner of the body is an accomplice to the crime in some way.
Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do her?
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster!
Jesus Christ. Also, the professor killed his brother, so like I can understand why he's angry and wants to know the truth too. Killed Barok's brother.
Thus, naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret, but Tussauds would not be Tussauds if we don't insist on absolute fidelity of our subjects.
I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. Truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer emerging from his own grave.
The scene depicts what the subject's many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time.
A newspaper from the time? Well, the gravedigger is the freaking doctor. Wait a minute. The artist is Odi is the victim. And the gravedigger is clearly the freaking the Enoch Daraba guy. We have the signature.
think. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what had happened, as reported by two eyewitnesses who saw it.
Mr. Drabus. Wait. Look at this article though. Mr. Drabus' dreadful encounter, signed by Audi Asman. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to look. I'm reading the other articles. Charles Darwin. What? Mad sheep rampage. What is happening? Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoyed absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible to my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Trapper to Dr. Sith, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't come to light. But I find it to get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Sith and Mr. Dendrapper were in on this crime together.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors.
Okay.
The express impression that was taken.
Okay.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Lives life such as had to cooperate in a similar manner. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make waxwork of me. Comme ça?
No!
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the Styles Spectacle special exhibit, of course, the professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of the spells. I enlisted the aid of the grave digger.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? Why am I not saying things I want to say?
Thus,
It would seem the proprietors of this repository, its novelties, was blinded by monetary greed.
it has nothing to do with money. The man is a part of London's criminal history. That's why I had to sculpt him to record his history. It is the raison d'etre that of the Spells Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask hidden is the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand, but and now the truth of the special exhibition has been revealed. It must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As your entire museum if you don't tread carefully, madame.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you?
So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of the face from the corpse?
Oui, exactamente.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be.
I had some difficulties capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I
Ew!
and I had some problems with the chin.
Yuck! Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see.
His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Yuck! This is so nasty! Oh my god! Not the heart of a dog! That's freaking disgusting. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis? No, you idiot! It's the name given to the phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. Then at that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when the body is discovered. Dots. Well, that was an education. With a slightly scary one. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death and is touched in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh! It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this row of corpses. I wonder about that information in the court just heard from Madame Spells. It's significant, let's just have it. The information about rigor mortis that you shared with us, would you mind including in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I did not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has been extremely grave. Susato, shut up. This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato. What do you mean? We make jokes about dead bodies all the time. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien sûr, bien sûr. It took me very long time because it was some set of rigor mortis. I wonder what that has to do with anything that we just said.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby a corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Oui. C'est quoi? Ça? Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. Is his mouth open? No. Well, yes, kind of already. Didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. I had no idea about it. Maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. Dots. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear, I'll do my very best.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching. Was that the time of day? What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17 June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. Wow, really? Hold on. 17 confirmed at midnight, 17 June, okay. That really is early. The fact that I had very little time as I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course.
If somebody had discovered me dead, it would have been catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now too? You sadly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam. I wonder, is that what she said particularly significant? Yes! Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture about the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they might be significant.
Of course, if you like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruto. It's intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home.
It's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then.
With pleasure, my lord.
Huh. Okay.
I hurried to finish my work in half an hour before the sunrise.
It was before the onset of rigor mortis. Or by the time she finished, it was. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. What?
Hold it!
What does that mean? Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too then?
I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret no longer secret.
The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting your work. How would his jaw be hanging out, right?
That will be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to coming out of the hiding.
So that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruto?
For some reason, Dr. Sif went along with Draper's plan. So he wasn't dead? If that's really true, then the professor is the only thing we know that links the pair of them. So I think that the body of the professor was swapped with another body too. This one is a bit confusing, but I think I get what they want me to do. Means more to Lord Van Zix than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, this do I.
After all, he has a profound connection to Professor as well. I feel like we're gonna open that mask and Van Zix is gonna tell us that's not the professor. What do they want me to present though? It took me a long time before the onset. I hurried to finish my hour. But so let's see what our evidence is. Because if she said that it was difficult because the chin was hanging out. But rigor mortis happens. But the time that she did her work, rigor mortis would have already set in. So he would be stiff as hell. But what do I present? Is the question. Because obviously the autopsy report has something strange. The death hanging by midnight. Confirmed. So do I... Is it this? A long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. It couldn't have been. Because she did it at 4 in the morning. But the rigor mortis would have already set in because it's been it's already, yeah. So do I present the autopsy report?
Objection!
Madam to spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that a problem?
I believe it is because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
Quoi?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at the time rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis. 2 or 3 hours after death, the man's chin was limp and he cannot have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sif's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17 June.
No!
If the professor did indeed die at midnight that day, then by the time he was sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in.
Oui, that you're right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible!
Oh my god. How heartbreaking is this for him? Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Sif, but you also implicate the members of the staff at Barclay prison where the execution took place.
By heck! Extraordinary!
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night. Without question!
He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no...
Objection!
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die. Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting happened in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Sif, Professor, and one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the professor's execution. Oh my god. What am I doing? Wait, evidence that allegedly explains what happened on the night in the professor's execution. He came back from the dead.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. The executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting there's a corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, if this article is to believe, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
What? The point is that the article says there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed.
Mais oui, the young man who stole the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. Obviously the man made it up.
In any case, it was 10 years ago now. There's surely no hope in finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord.
In fact, you could say he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now, counsel. Here is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the crime. It literally says Drebber on the newspaper, bro. 35 years. 35.
Take that!
The man in question is Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds at Waxwork, recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave. Beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And the young man is 10 years younger, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Order in the courtroom! Surely not counsel. Drebber was there? In Lowgate Cemetery.
What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No, but that would mean...
Does, Madame Tussauds? It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Does? Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my god.
Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sights he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London throughout the Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never reviewed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus.
Oh my god. Shut up! The Daily Circus is my life!
It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the count.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in the article? Goodness me, here it is! The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a principal disciple of science at the University of London and resident of the student dorms. Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit of my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to discover Waxwork with the money, did you?
Exactly. He was studying science at the university in London. In those days, he was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of the terror from the cemetery.
So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the criminal in the case we're discussing here today. even though the waxwork build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would a man do such a thing?
Notes.
Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman but that same waxwork, the coroner from the Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Sif would have noticed immediately. And yet she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which has the court seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying?
Dr. Sif put her name into a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Draper. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Draper used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ugh! To prove that he wasn't lying? Seriously? My lord! This court must summon Dr. Sif to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Draper are connected. Ugh! So they didn't work together exactly, but they worked together unintentionally. According to the message I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sif is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
Dons.
She told us herself, didn't she?
Lord Van Zees won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart. The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case? Oh God. No, we have to do as Sherlock says. Sherlock. We have to keep going. But please don't make the mistake thinking you get any information about it out from me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody wants to get to the bottom of it, more than Lord Van Zeeks.
Dons. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Oh, snap. Yes! Let Enoch Draper and Dr. Sif both take the stand together. Oh my god! Van Zeeks! I'm so sorry. Very well, I'll uphold your request. Bailiff, sign a subpoena with the immediate effect addressed to Dr. Sif of the forensic investigation team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Draper and Dr. Sif. They weren't colluding with one another. This crime could have never been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. But the truth behind all this is about to come out. Oh no. Oh no! Oh my god. Why is she still there?
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Sif.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, then there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter who it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Dots? Mr. Draper, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. Dots. And Dr. Sif, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. No audio yet. Join in less than 5 minutes. Then 5. Oh, fine. Tushk! Don't waste my time. The sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? Hey, welcome back, Wolf. I feel like we are about to uncover some very, very tragic things for Barok. I feel so bad. What do you miss? We are about to open what this Miss Dr. Sif and Barok have described as Pandora's box, known as the Professor case. The serial killer, the Professor. So we are trying to say that Mr. Drebber killed the victim and that Dr. Sif collaborated with him to do the whatever the hell they're doing. And we also are trying to... So the Professor serial killer was executed at midnight on 17 June. But we have evidence that... We have some clues telling us that that didn't happen. That he died probably later than midnight. He wasn't executed. So we're saying that she's a liar. And that he's a liar, and that all of them are involved in this Professor case, and the Professor also killed Barok's brother. So I'm like, oh. And Barok has just broken the rules. So the Chief Justice Office, the guy in charge of all of the law things, he had forbidden Dr. Sif to take the stand, but Barok was like, yeah, no, hell no. So Barok's kind of on our side-ish in his own way.
Dots.
If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a great secret of Dr. Sif. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact.
Dots.
Mr. Drebber, tell the court, tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night at Lowgate Cemetery. You gonna be around for that, eh?
Dots.
So he was the student who saw it? Oh my god, he's freaking ugly. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the Madame Duspels, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's what he really saw. Especially not after all these years.
He was a research student at the University of London, was he?
And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
Cool. What an interesting twist.
Dot, question mark.
When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are, 10 years later, suddenly my story matters. In a court of law, too.
Oh man.
Very well, then. If everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
Oh my god. Dots? What was that? What was that, me? They all been lying to Barok? How dare you?
Dots.
So, Mr. Drummer, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Look, he poked her face.
Yes, of course, as you wish.
You enjoy seeing steampunk cybernetics, yeah? It's very strange, but it's an interesting design, you know?
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night.
Which the artist is the victim.
But thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of the newspaper article.
Huh. Wait a minute! You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course, you had to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse would come back from the dead.
But so you're saying this article?
Not worth the paper is printed on. I think that would be described it perfectly.
But the artist is the victim in this current case. Ah!
If the details in the article are true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Draper and Dr. Seafood have been working together.
So he's covering for himself. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness, you claim to have been to the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? Your audio's at full blast. Ow! Why? Just like ow! My God. Welcome to the case of oh my god, please don't. He has the clown music as a remix version of the clown music as his background, and the newspaper is called the Daily Circus.
That's right, grave robbing to be precise.
I knew he was grave robbing.
As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the near of Barclay Prison. Among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned criminals. Convicts, I mean. Holy shit.
Grave robbing, you say? Oh my god, you little sh.
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. No, wait! Was he behind that mask of Mr. Draper? No. No, Draper is just an engineer. He built the machine. Kazuma's there beside Barok. Well, that's quite beyond the pale. It would invite divine retribution. Sir?
Yes, well, who cares? I mean, I suffer retribution enough. Look at how ugly I am. Holy shit. The Daily Circus, oh my god, freaking circus, eventually unearthed my name and put it in the print.
You need to watch your stream from the beginning then. Yeah, the guy behind the mask has just been standing beside Barok doing nothing. The only thing he's been doing is giving Barok papers, opening his bottle. That's literally all he did. Yesterday I was in your stream and we were at the carnival thing. Yeah, that's the crime scene. Now we are in the courtroom. So at the carnival, this guy kind of bombed the machine, so we can't inspect the machine anymore. We went to his workshop. And he was in a safe. He's freaking ugly. He's freaking nasty. Where is it? Yeah, he was hiding there, thinking we wouldn't see him. But oh my.
It caused me great headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university.
Yeah, right now we're trying to pinpoint him as the killer and Courtney as an accomplice, the coroner, because we're trying to try and say that she also lied in one of her reports 10 years ago that involved the killer, the professor. Hell yeah, her. Ow.
It caused me, I had to leave university. That was the only paper that had a bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me, as I described the scene. Obviously, at time take on, I bitterly regret what I'd done.
Yeah, you don't want to reveal who the reporter was? We know him. His signature is right there. The face of constipation almost.
Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish, wow, so stupid.
Ah, my god. All I'm hearing is real nonsense. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Alright, Barak.
The reason I was freaking the illustration in the paper was based on what I witnessed at night.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, knowing I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was nearly arrested myself.
So you went to the papers instead.
I started big. Oh, we all like to start big with London news, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either.
The cross-examination animation looked like the gym leader better intro. I'll fight Barak. Or I wanted him to check his Pokeballs. I mean, what?
In the end, it was the reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press that came to get my story. It was spread like a plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story in every single paper at the time, with the exception for some broadsheets. Yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me in my dormitory. I don't know, but he discovered my name. I recounted him to exactly what had happened that night.
Yeah, his signature is literally right there. Yeah, bro. You fight Barak, you handle Maelstrom. Ow, ow, oh my. Maelstrom, the long strong might be hiding something because he said that the coroner wasn't allowed to be on the stand, but Barak was like, bring the coroner on the stand, please. I don't care. My rules. He said. That's what Barak said. I make the final say. From your description, he drew this illustration.
Precisely. That's how I learned to condemn man as the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters. Oh, so that's Kazuma in the back. He hasn't done a single thing today. He literally did not do anything. We were shook at the beginning of the trial, but then nothing happened. Men be plotting. Oh my.
Newspaper reporters won't stoop to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in illustration is accurate then. Well, thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor role, though. Soon after, I was visited by a young woman.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus?
Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. Carelessly, let that slip that night. I was digging up graves. Hardly a modest student, you might say. A university's reputation was exactly defined, and I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment somewhere else, especially straight. Dots.
You combine your knowledge of science with the knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never before seen technology, and you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money.
calm down. He said, Dots. Don't expose me. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. Dots? What's wrong with you? What's Drebber up to? Why will he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder perhaps it's his circumstances that changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. C's past that she would deliberately want to hide.
Yes, of course. If Drebber and Sif are working together now, if Drebber were to betray her, there'd be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back to life.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo!
You realize I never saw the professor at all.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I already explained, didn't I? Not sure if he's a person or a robot. He's a Drebber. Just kidding. Locate is at the rear of Barclay University. I mean, Barclay Prison. Same thing. I mean, what? It was renowned among students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Got the moves. For absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard that night. As a result, I was only willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you saw it! I said what I seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. Dots? I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show we really did see the professor?
If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo.
I know! I need to present it against the irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Robocop but edgy.
Hold it!
You wanna know how cybernetics would function at this technological level, honestly? That young woman being Madame Tuspells, of course. Precisely, I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this after 10 years. She's right there, by the way.
As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article.
From the band. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with hardly a penny to name my name at the time. You wanna see Toby again? He's with Gina in the back, in the gallery or something. The young lady put £5 in front of me. So you had readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. You exposed yourself, you idiot! I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, you concluded. Doggone.
Oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. Ne sais pas.
Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam?
His camera.
Ah! His camera still got the blood! Sorry. We have his camera. His camera is here. His camera has blood on it. Ah! Oh, yes. Oh, shit. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion to any cemetery. So you took a camera with you, sir, to what end? To record details of the body I disinterred. So there's a photo, there should be a photo of it, of what happened, right? But I have no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again. After that night, I sold it.
Oh, I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my house of horrors.
Sorry.
I am very meticulous about such details. It is the two spells, beats.
she says.
It would seem then that this is the very camera that Mr. Driver took with him at the local cemetery that night in question.
Yes, interesting. Okay. Okay. What do we present then? Because we don't have a photo. The camera is there, but there's no photograph inside. How do we prove that? Never. I realized you never really saw the professor at all, though. If we present the camera, the thing is how, when did the blood get there, whose blood is it? Do we present the camera? She reminds you of Lisa because the witch outfit. Wait, which Lisa? What does the camera prove? The camera, it's that he had the lens is extended a dark state to be seen. I realized it never actually saw the professor at all.
Objection!
Figured now. Because there's nothing about it. We don't have the photograph that's in the thing. Right? Yes, not. Oh, we've seen the dialogue before? Okay. Oh, from Genshin. Realize in F never saw the professor. Maybe if we press him now, we'll ask him about the camera?
Hold it!
It seems the same. Did he take a picture, you think? In my mind's eye. Unless, of course, you have evidence that proves you encountered the professor. I don't know. Let's examine this again. Cause Susato explained that there's a glass that has to take the camera, but we obviously don't. There's no picture. There's no glass. This is where the photographic plate goes, I think.
That's right. Isn't it incredible to think that this is the actual camera that Mr. Driver used that night? I certainly never imagined that piece of evidence would be on display and made into spells.
She's very keen on everything being as true as life as possible, isn't she? So that just doesn't do anything. What if the spells want to see your mind? Oh my. So here we already know that this has blood on it. So it's the same. Maybe we examine this. Is different? What is it? Oh, this is the same. We don't have the camera plate, no? Soon. Okay. Huh. The illustration is based what you witnessed. Did we press this one already? Yeah, we did. This is the same. Oh my god, hurry up and talk! I realized he never saw the professor. If we had that photograph, we would know that he did see the professor that night. anything here? Because this drawing is what he told the reporter, which is the victim, by the way, of this dude. Well, doesn't look anything like the actual mask that we have, by the way. But like, I don't know what this does for us. Never actually saw the professor, but the professor. Why does the professor have this mask? Was he buried with this mask? I don't understand this mask. Well, this mask does kind of look like the drawing actually with the dots, no? Huh. It has similarities. There's like dots on the guy's head. The eyewitness to the alleged. So he was able to describe the face of the dude? I don't know. If we can't get the photograph, there has to be a photograph of what happened. But he was able to describe the guy's face. Behind us, I guess the young man witnessed the scene. Blah, 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 blah. Dreadful encounter.
Objection!
Sorry, Mr. Drebber, I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Oh, I changed his voice, whoops. Your latest claim! You did see the professor that night. Because he was able to describe the guy's face, right?
Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there and you were not. I mean, I know what I didn't see.
The illustration in this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. But we don't know what the professor looks like, that's the thing. A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. Oh, is that what he described?
Good. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago.
Oh, that's true. It was a closed trial, so nobody knows what the professor looks like except people at the trial. But how would he know what the professor really looked like unless he saw the professor? Okay, that makes sense.
It was decided in a closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, if the police didn't know how he looked like, so only... I would assume only the families of the victim, so maybe Barrow knows, the coroner, Courtney knows, and literally nobody else. I don't know if the judge, Lord Strongheart probably knows, or like the judge, I don't know. Obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included that mask in the illustration. Oh no. She looks like Kaiba. The coroner from the back. Her dress looks like Kaiba. Her coat looks like Kaiba. Well, Mr. Drebber. She does look like she's wearing Kaiba's suit.
Dots. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely.
Oh my god, what now?
And as I already had pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head I seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I had been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it?
God, if you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness,
Even Barrock's not buying it.
then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you, you little Of course, only too happy to oblige.
Oh my god, I can't believe he's still not going to concede to the point.
Dots.
Oh, still the same testimony.
What I in fact witnessed was
A fellow grave robber in the grave.
Hold it!
Yeah, right. A fellow grave robber. What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the one busy in the cemetery that night. There were other body snatchers there at work.
Again.
Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another guy? Just another dude? Equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect themselves from bacteria
What kind of BS? Metal mask?
during their sections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, the gunshot ran out suddenly from behind. Wait, I need to read this article. Didn't actually read the article. Maybe the words actually mean something. At Lowgate University, cemetery, behind the prison, the foul demon's execution, the newly professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when suddenly, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man, whose breath was stilled once more. So somebody shot him? Huh. Okay, what? The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath stilled once more. We might assume that the sectant discovered the miscreant's works, perhaps, and foiled upon one of them? Oh my. It's a Grookey. Grookey? What? Grookey became a member? Grookey is a member? Hi, Grookey! If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, well, yeah.
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted.
Strange.
Oh, strange, she said. Oh, strange. Whoop whoop.
Can only assume it was an embellishment bolted later on by the reporter.
Oh, strange, she said.
Excuse me.
Grookey? Yeah, Grookey doesn't come to our stream, so I don't know who Grookey is. Madam to spells? Don't take it out on Mr. Shows. You didn't know Grookey could evolve into a crowbat? Thus. Oh la la! Pardon! I was lost in my thoughts. Would you be fair to say that Mr. Draber's last remark was significant to you in some way? Thus. I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Draber could claim this now?
If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about?
A Herlock Buster, we have rivalry.
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot, you little bitch.
Stop! Whoa, wait! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Draper. That's no way to speak to a lady. My god. Freaking.
Simple courtesy! Is stupid. He throws the wine bottle at the guy. Kazuma's like, oh my god, stop.
Shut. Better calm down.
Grow! Please, Madam to spells. Carry on.
Oh my god. Of course. According to what Monsieur Draber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him. The bullet hit a condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
None.
You were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
Enough, shut up, woman. You're making all this up.
Hey, there's no way to talk to her later. Madame Tuspel, yeah. She also works museum. She's the, yeah. Definitely not based off any real life wax museum that has the word madam and two in front. That will do. Mr. Driver, Jesus Christ. What's the problem?
Yes,
You refute the account given by Madame Tuspel.
dogs. I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. You are all crazy right now. I will not permit to base this accusation in my courtroom. Right, we have the blood. Wait, that means we have the blood of the professor. Oh my god, hell no. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well then. Don'ts. Holy shit.
Oh my god. There was no gunshot from behind. There no splattering of blood. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Man, took us forever to get to this point.
Objection.
Meet rivalry in camp someday. Oh my, I'm sure about big. Oh, Mr. Driver, do you remember this camera?
Oh my god, hell no.
But that is the camera from the Faithful Net. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. Sorry, but it's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Driver.
Don'ts. And is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards and on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it.
Whoa. Whoa, Barak, calm down. He never pulls the hold it. He never says hold it. What's going on? You also have one of those. Oh my. Wait, so you can touch tips. Well.
What's that? There, just on the bellows.
Oh my.
It looks like a dark red stain.
Oh. Barak said, hold it, baby. Oh wow. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows. In fact, the bellows, you know. Again, Lord, what are you suggesting? You need to stop. No, keep going. Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a splatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sid?
Susato's the only one after all these times have to call her out. Right? You stupid bitch, she said. I mean, what? Dr. Bitch? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Whoa. Courtney James. My. There's simply no way you would have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection.
Splattered out.
why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose gain? Who could benefit?
Oh no. Mr. Drebber is obviously lying to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone.
Don'ts.
Yes, my lord, and clearly. It's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professors coming back to life to be exposed. Well, Council, who is it then? Susato's like, I know exactly who it is. I will go up to her. Susato, shut up. Freaking hell. Who is this witness trying to protect by lying to what he saw that night? She's 39 years old? Holy shit. Oh my god. That's not a 39-year-old lady. No way. I know she has a kid, but still. My god, she's 39 years old. Jesus Christ. How old is she? 26. And he's 35. She's older than him? Are you sure about that? I'm sorry, Courtney.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Sith.
Sith.
What? Whatever do you mean? Dots? Exposed. Oh god. Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? Imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
And this is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What are you suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened?
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Whoa, twice in a row?
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one can escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is that there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would take the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. Thoughts? And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Sif would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if it meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Sif wasn't collaborating with Mr. Jabba's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Oh? Corny. Oh my god. Oh, Kazuma's right there. Be careful. Lot of things.
Pray forgive my freshly filled hello challenge and her raft of discourtesies now.
My booty cannot stretch farther enough. Goodness my Jesus, oh my god. Bow. Put your leg down.
It's just the sort of tall-tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead. A Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
Corny. Well, I have no idea at the moment. Corny.
We have too little information to work out at the present, I think.
I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
Consider what?
Do you realize what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the British and entire British police force and judiciary.
Court, hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research would warrant it. 2 lives at stage deception would take so much stake. The stake would be madness. Yo, bacon? Well, I suppose
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who had already invested money into the venture would be instrumental in the future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all.
You have a reason?
Are you forgetting that this death resulted in me not receiving a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
Yeah, thanks for reminding me about his signature. And there is the contract, very true.
Dots. The motive for his case runs deep though. I can feel it. I can feel it because it's so deep.
Using threats to force the head of the forensics team is extreme. Especially for a government grant that he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense at all. Which means Mr. Draber's motive wasn't money at all. He was trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then?
Your time is up, my learned friend.
Also, Kazuma is really good at the mannequin challenge. What? Ryonosuke, ow, ow!
I say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade.
He can feel it, ow! Barok! Just the one table across, right? Go! The only thing that binds us, that separates us, is the floor.
Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal. What? Shall we?
Sorry, Kazuma had to dodge it.
Oh my god!
Kazuma's like, oh my god! What are you thinking? That could have hit my face, Mr. Bonzix. Jesus, I'm trying to have amnesia. I'm supposed to not have emotions right now, but you're scaring the hell out of me.
How do you explain this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Draber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet.
There's the newspaper! Did he almost hit that man with a wine glass? Yeah, he was. And Kazuma was ready.
Oh my god.
I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of it. Oh, perfect! That's exactly what I need. I know exactly what to do. Oh! I can clap your cheeks like I clap my face, Lord Mazix. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is here. I'm not even gonna save. No, I'm not gonna save. I know exactly what to do. The newspaper.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can possibly tell us?
That drivel will never be written. Typical cut and press nonsense. That means nothing. Well, he's showing his anger. See? Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead.
What other evidence?
Wait, let me show you. Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
Take that!
Is this contract, my lord. Mr. Draber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I have no reason to kill the man.
No, I'm afraid not.
What?
There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? Are you all freaking blind? Okay, that's the common link. That shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Audios, man.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed because we're all freaking blind and can't freaking look at pictures correctly. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these two pieces have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature of the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen at the bottom right corner of the drawing. Dots. Oh my god. If you look at the contract here, which has signed between the witness and victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Oh, good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago and was the victim of this case, Mr. Odiosman.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. What do you mean explain? Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman?
Well, if you think back,
Do you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about what this article in his testimony?
that cry flowing from his eye.
Yes, exhuming fresh corpse to sell reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond pale. He would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Service eventually unearthed my name and put it in the print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university, and that was the only paper that with the bad grade to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I then gave up my dream of being a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. Dots. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of being a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. Dots.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, didn't he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it was widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to many dubious connections he made during their time as a reporter. Dots. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. All because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough. Dots. Stop this endless riddle about my life.
What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave university as a result of the article. But it was just a straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of the science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We only have to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretched or other after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only to select few geniuses that would ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses. It was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of low grade was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who is better placed to know whether I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. You have a trophy, bro.
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam.
Who's Adam?
If you have evidence, show it.
Calm down.
What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because you like talent?
You didn't like talent, you had a trophy, bro?
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Draper? We found it at your workshop.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
You showed that just now, Bottle. What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord.
Dots. There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent one day, Mr. Draper. Because even then, you were a genius in your field.
Sorry.
But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. And all as a result of one newspaper article.
Dots.
I don't know when you realized who Mr. Ashman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist 10 years ago that ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man.
Dots. Dots.
Oh, he's sad.
The truth is.
Finally, he's going to fold. No, he's not. I don't feel it. That's... Well, who said that? You! Oh my god, this hoe! Huh? Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now.
What?
What? I admit it. All of it. What?
What are you doing?
Is exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. Oh my god. Wow, Courtney! What are you doing, Courtney?
No!
Go, Bravo! Forward! Do you think Kazuma at the back understands anything that's happening? Do you think like he's confused?
Dr. Seth! Do you realize what you're saying, woman?
Dots, it's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I had done my best to bury deep inside myself. Is that a letter in his jacket? It was the professor staring at me in the face. Then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Wow. Why is she admitting all this? Dr. Sif, you will go along with my plan from someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. Dots? All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize. Now. Courtney. Why on earth would you buckle down? Dots? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it from coming out, even collaborate in a murder, but the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
Don't.
So then, Mr. Trevor, what did you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Don't. Surely, it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing at all.
What the hell is this guy's problem? What?
Don't. Have you forgotten the Guinness machine was stretched by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's no really possible way to for you to prove did anything wrong.
Ah, no! Dude, this guy has a problem, man. Oh, they're in the courtroom. Dude, everybody in the court wants to go home, bro. Mr. Barrow is sick, he wants to go see his brother. Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, and so I went along with his plan.
And Lord Van Zieks? Yeah.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
Don't. Right. Okay. Y'all are sick, all of you.
I had more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. What? This trial is not a proper forum for which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Trevor. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Wait, what? What are you doing?
Very true. It has slipped my mind.
Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Sif has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense. Thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... We're not gonna get to the point. We're not gonna get to it. Seriously? We just got... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant is not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
Don't. None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
But the professor! But we haven't finished! God, they're making us wait! I can't believe this! Without further ado then, adjudication. Unless prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. Dots. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sif suddenly admit to it like that?
Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Why? What? Like you said before, the way the trial is set is end now. The judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... I can't end the trial now! I can't end the trial now though. No, I can't. I need to, it's not over, no? We had to solve that. We didn't even like, what's this? Find out who the real murderer is.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. What? Yeah, we can't end the trial there. It's not over. Because it's he's not guilty. You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my legalist friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Dots.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth. The whole truth. A way to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Dots. Yes. In hindsight. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. Yeah, that's what he told us to. If in the course of the trial you perceive even a shadow of a doubt the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. I forgot Herlock told us this. But to the bitter end. You understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Yep. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until the very last detail is laid bare. Dots. And that's why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sif. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Enoch Drabber. Huh? In that case, in case it's escaped your attention, I already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. Ugh. As his lordship has made plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Oh my god. Oh, you didn't have to dodge that one, Kazuma.
Pray forgive my careless handling that hallowed bottle I slipped. Oops.
That's what you call it? Oh my god. What is your objection, Lord Monzings?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Don't be stupid.
If there's more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts till the bitter end.
You what?
Lord Von Zix.
This is most irregular to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Sif, you will testify for the court. Explanation of the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drabber. I? Very well. This has to be the last testimonial. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside the jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instruction, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensics investigation to dress the scene appropriately. The truth of the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. Well, thanks. Wow, so kind of you to say.
And what about this autopsy report then?
All I did was record the location of the body being in Crystal Tower instead of under the stage.
That's all? A terrible corruption!
Only my team were aware of the deceit. They only then, under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe this testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Sif's face! Just look at her. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. Tusk, what is about you Japanese that makes you also doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. It all began at the scene? Uh-huh.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. So you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the crystal tower and the waxwork. I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to a specified address at a specified time. And why were you given such direct instructions?
Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tussauds.
I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about where the cage should go where. Or thought it made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you will focus on the victim's body, that being near more important detail. Dots? Arranged in certain ways.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instruction in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that hairbrain alone could have killed Asma. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor. Dots? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. Whoa, what is this? There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. Whoa, that's so scary. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands. Bro! And plunged it into the man's chest. Jesus Christ. Then you noted that in your fake autopsy report that as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was... Dots? The trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop? My word.
Dots.
What is it, Miss Usato?
Something about Dr. Steve's last statement is playing on my mind. That's all.
Yes, mine too. Dr. Sid? There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I want her to supplement the testimony is... Ooh. Wait, let me look at the autopsy report. The real cause of death and what she did. His neck was broken from the impact of a fall. Okay, wait, let me see this then. Hemorrhage of a wound. Cause of death. She did change the cause of death. She's saying it different. The hemorrhage from a wound to the chest that pierced the heart was the cause of death. In the autopsy report, the fake one. All I see is a blank evil. But now she's saying, what did she say? What did she just say? So she added that as a fake cause of death, but the actual cause of death was the 13-foot drop. Let's end what she did to the victim. How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest. That part! Fine, if that's what you want. There's really no need to point.
The prosecution concurs.
He's also pointing.
You don't like pointing, I see it.
Dots? Wait, if he concurs, that means it's the right answer? If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse, where it lay in the topple, and plunged a screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Mr. Asman with this? Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision is required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I've been given.
As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body.
There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. And plunge the screwdriver into the chest. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the topple chest, topple cage, and I plunged the screwdriver into the chest. Is it because the screwdriver isn't there in the body picture? Because she did that to blame the professor, as in like the hairbrain. But she didn't leave it in the body. So that she can blame him to be the murderer and not her. Maybe he...
Objection!
Dots. I've got a nasty feeling. So she killed him and not the guy? Oh no! Cause she didn't leave it in the body. Cause if he was alive when he fell, she killed him, not the guy, not this driver boy. Oh no! Courtney! This inconsistency points to extremely uncomfortable truth. So she removed the weapon so that... What? No. What on earth is the matter, counsel? Have you lost your tongue? My tongue is doing other things, my lord. I apologize. Dr. Sif, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined the photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But now we know the facts to be different.
What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph will we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness statement?
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends downwards direction. towards the man's feet. Ah, I didn't realize that. Why is that significant, Counsel? That means he wasn't laying down. He was upright. If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah! Of course no! That's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Sif made it very clear in his testimony just now that the point at which he stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was underneath the thing, but she wasn't. Was after the grand deception was set in motion and the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on the side for up to the 30-foot drop, and the victim had already been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. To have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Oh? Oh no. Courtney, what do you do? Given that victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound. That's not why I did that, but okay, it still works. It must be the case when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Sith, your latest testimony is a total fabrication. Oh? Oh? I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dots. Dr. Sif. Oh? You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Draper as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim you altered a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us is only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Sif's story is turned to be a lie? You're gonna go? Alright. Yeah, we're almost done with the case, I feel. The stabbing? Goodbye, evil. The answer is simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood was from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting up or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly point out, the birdcage would have been fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible! The man was dead, remember? No! That's the misapprehension. What? Oh? Ow! When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Oh my god! But Mr. Asman didn't die in that fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet and climbed out of the cage. Just as Dr. Sif appeared. Dot. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Dr. Silva! Oh! Oh! Mr. O.D. Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Draper. It was you, Dr. Courtney Sith. Oh my gosh, he did that. Ah. Oh, they're in the courtroom. Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taken for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him.
Oh? Dots? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's schemes, the trial would end before you were accused by far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now? You're making all this up? As if I would do something like that?
Objection!
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established facts using evidence and logic alone. Huh? Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What do you mean? I feel bad for her daughter. I would have thought it was obvious. A motive? Boy, you're lacking a motive? What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Mr. Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities from coercion to theft to murder. There's no known connection between Dr. Sif there. Well, I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner may have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
Dots. No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. A lot of things. One is it counsel, alighted the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. What? The glass? No. What is he talking about? Something we saw, yes. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. C would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. The scalpels, that's true. 500 scalpels. She bought 500 scalpels for some reason. But we never really mentioned it. Hey, why would she want to kill Asman for the scalpels? It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? It would appear that word has struck the chord, Doctor. You? Come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big thick book here.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of forensic team's spending, I think. That's...
Oh, what is it?
It's clear the team purchased various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but one entry seems rather strange.
Really? What way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
Those? 500 scalpels a month? At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant, it's the money from them disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asma's criminal organization relied heavily on extorting it for its funding, tracing money from their forensics team account to find out where it was going. Would be extremely straightforward. Ooh? 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information he was researching for the story. Information relating to Dr. Sif's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her next decade. A darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that madness was too tempting to pass up. Totes? So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. Ooh. You'll never understand? None of you? Ooh, nice hair. What we've had to keep cover up all these long years? Oh man. Wow. Because he was a financier. As very little of the machine remains able to is ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out.
And if you decide to not, it's very possible the Courtney Sif will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened.
Dots. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this surely is the chance you've been waiting for to sever the hold that fate has over you all these years. Dots. Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. Oh. Dots. It's the adult-brained mocked scientists that are the worst. You know, they don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get it right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't avoid their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Driver.
Dots. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it?
So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim?
Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge.
Dots. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is why that very particular waxwork comes in, I see.
Dots.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in the Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events were all true,
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
So your plan required you to abduct a particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, on Dr. Sif to be precise.
Dots. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him, an article from the front page that caught my eye, about a coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed as a head new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
what a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wills against him, for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Your actions against those who ruined your future was justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly what to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypotheses, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded as a failure and a fraud. Dots. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago when others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this, your own actions resulted in the exact same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Dots. Oi. Oi. Okay, Sephiroth. Oh my god. Wow. Lord Von Zeeks, what of Dr. Sif? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she is being remanded in custody by law. I presume she will face trial in coming days along with Mr. Draper. Don't. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contribution for Professor over the years. It's a real hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Oh, yes! It seems there was a great deal more to the experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial. I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt. Dots, this whole experience has taught me a very great but important, painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor, don't. I spent my life thinking about nothing but my research, misguidedly believing I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I caused others to cause pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Doraba. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome of his fate is not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Von Zix, and the derision which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. Don't! The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh, Zix! Oh! Thank you, Baroque! So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Yes, my lord. It is of this court recommendation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections? None for me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but it's really the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. No bitches give me whatsoever.
Hey, what's that? He's done it.
Oh my god, this girl. I don't know what's become of me beyond these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Woo! Oh yeah! Oh my god. Court is adjourned. Oh jeez. It's over. That was some trial.
Oof. Lord Strongheart ain't gonna like this. Lord Strongheart's gonna fire me, bro. Jesus Christ, man. Professor! What a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain.
Tots! Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Sato! I'm truly. Besides myself with gratitude, how can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's been cleared up that you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had research grant money, I give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Oh dear, what can I do? Oh! How about this? As a memento, the paper for my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then, thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now?
Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore this great exhibition while I'm here. If I can see new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, it's a wonderful idea.
I'm kinda loud. Who said that? Oh, hey, hi. Hey, Von Zix, up. Why are you here? Lord Von Zix, what are you doing here? Barok! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. Don't. Von Zix is everywhere! Ow, he's never come into my chambers before. Wow, that's a weird sentence coming from you, Von Zix. Don't. You're one of the few true friends I have. Wow. You are such a good friend of mine. Me, Barok Von Zix. Wine drinking hoe on the stand, on the bench. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. What? Sorry, or the defense? Excuse me? What is this say? What? I always knew you had it in my best interest at heart, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? Sorry, I no. I said we're friends, not more than that. Sorry. I am friend zoning you right now, but go along. I'm not gonna show you around anywhere. It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Oh, you know, my brother died. What is that to catch up on? Dots. Sorry. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I already purchased the ticket, so too late, too bad. Get out, hell out of my room. Get out of here! What's it? Hold on a minute, bro. What about the Great Exhibition? The Great Exhibition is a sham! I mean, what? No sightseeing. I will give up on the idea. Oh! Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barok. You're not looking at my eyes, are you? Tell me, now, Albert, where are you looking? Huh? My eyes are up here! Sorry, I can't. Lord Von Zix? What's all this about? Unnecessary precaution. Ah, the Reaper! I get it. Even he's scared. Even Barok's like, oh my god, wait. The Reaper though. Oh, Get out of the country now!
I think I understand.
You do? Yeah, Ryonosuke, your brain, bro.
Aris told me the same thing when you met Lord Vazix at his office some days ago. He asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
The Reaper. Gina's still okay, but though, that's right. I remember him being surprised at the time, thinking it was all nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecution.
You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? But Gina's still.
Those in the Reaper's sides meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
Don'ts. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. Truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Not my BFF, Albert Hairbrain.
But Barok.
What? Oh, like the mustached Nipponese. This man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
I'm packing him off. Right. Okay, calm down. Does your friend-shaped package say any say in it?
Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Vazix?
Don'ts.
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. I want to understand you better, probably.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for time being.
Time to put you back in prison. Oh, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure to getting to know you. If he dies in the next case, I'm gonna cry blood.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain.
Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Bye. Why are you still here?
Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, you're staying behind? I mean, there's a couch right there! What, you're currently playing Alpha Sapphire? That's who you meet in Slateport Museum? Oh my. Oh yeah, Germany. Yeah. The Zara himself. Germany. Well. Oh, yes. Oh, I thought you'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
Oh my. Of course. Sure, no problemo. Anytime, Vazix. All you had to do was ask.
You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom 10 minutes.
Oh sure, that's where all our dates happen, you know. We already had our first date in the last game. Sure. No problem. 10 minutes. Okay, Susato, bye. Susato, go away, bye. Go home. Mr. Sholmes can take you back, don't worry. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. No, I was staring at that beauty. That's what I was staring at. Susato, go home. I'm busy. The enigma, Barok Vazix. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? I wonder what? The answer waits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Uh-oh. Are we gonna see it? Or is that the next case? Please tell me we get to see it. Is it an anime scene? We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You guys! Oh, the old man courtroom. Hello. Oh, hello. Wait, why is my ex there and why is Susato here? Kazuma, go away. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Kazuma, but I like you. But Barok though. Who am I to pick? Can Susato leave and then there's the three of us? Like, oh yeah, no girls allowed. You're also like 16. Go away.
Are you satisfied? You say for guileless scientist from Great Injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. I'm so nervous.
Don't. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese come from.
Yes? I guess. Dots?
Oh, do the slapping later, Naruto.
Okay, what? Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently.
Don't, okay.
You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened? Please?
Don't. The professor? I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
Oh, the music.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint von Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still in my teens.
Oh, 16 years ago? I thought it was 10.
He was already the
Oh, wow.
he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary.
Of course he likes you, you're twin for say. Oh, wow!
I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. Dots. He was involved in the establishment of the justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations too then, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh, if it was 60 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotaba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese.
So 3 Nipponese students?
So you actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept to their work and exacting their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and made a very good impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened.
6 years later, Mikotoba's father was only in England for 6 years.
The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed.
Dots.
When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
In plain sight?
Are you aware of the political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions.
I'm not trying not to destroy the mood.
which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. Oh no. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations would have very well ended up in war. Very deep. What? A war between Britain and Japan?
But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was... Where are you going?
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Yes. It's time. Oh, he's gonna open the mask! Oh no!
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Oh yes! Oh yeah! Shh. sorry. Walk, honey! Come face to face.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm
Voice
it with
acting
your own
equals plot.
eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Oh.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before,
Who the hell?
was Japanese.
Wow.
Wait a minute. That face.
Why you know this? You know this fool? You know this hoe?
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere.
You little hoe?
Strangely familiar.
Sorry, I'm sorry, she's 16. Kazuma? Don't tell me that's your father or some shit. No! It is his father! Oh no! Barak! I'm so sorry, Barak!
What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
No, he had a feeling. He had a feeling, but he didn't. You wouldn't know because you thought Kazuma has been dead, you know? There's even a grave.
As he stood there before me.
No!
Ryunosuke.
Oh my, the chest dragon! Oh my god, don't cry! Don't
Hello
cry.
again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
See, shut up, Susato. He doesn't even call you by your name, ho. He's my friend, not yours.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
That suit though. Ow, yeah! That outfit! Can I take the tissue off his neck and wipe my ears?
It was an honor.
Oh,
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
oh, his sword. Can I give back his sword? He can take his sword back.
Oh. Karuma, great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
Also, I didn't mean to steal the spotlight from
When we left
Barok.
Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Take it back, please! That's the way, boys! That's the way.
I've made it. At last. Father.
God, we sounding like William Afton.
Are you saying... Surely not.
Barok
You
is
mean
Barok in the
you
back
knew all
is
this
like having a
time?
heart attack. Barok is like, oh my god, what a heartfelt moment. Wait, he's your father? He's your father? You freaking Japanese little hairs, I must freaking kill you all! Like, it's just so you felt like he was really there. Well, we technically, like, in hindsight, we didn't see the body. We only saw a picture. And Herlock, that little hoe, told us he died. But his body was never brought back to Japan, apparently. Hey, what's up? Thank you for the raid. Oh my god. I'm raid with my snot from my nose. Mark, thank you for the raid. Toshiro, thank you for the raid. Dagonku, thank you for the L raid. That Black Cat, thank you for the raid. We have an emotional moment with this final part of the case. It's not the game hasn't ended yet.
I'm looking at it. But I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Kazuma, what are you doing? Whoa! You should have asked the lady's permission, no?
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about.
You
But
bet.
now is not the time.
Oh, why? Okay, fine. Next case. Can we be friends still?
I'll be seeing you.
No, come with me. I have a house. I mean, I have a room, not house, but whatever. There's a lot of space there. Unite was fun. Sorry, I forgot. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Whoa! No! Kazuma!
All Kazuma said
Sorry, our dead friend.
before he
is not
turned
dead.
and left us there in the courtroom.
Sonic, thank you for the raid. Kazuma just leaves. Why? For anyone wondering the hell is happening, we just had a very important cutscene there. Our dead friend, who's actually not dead, is back and he now remembers all everything, but he's already left because of I don't know why. And Von Zix just told us that the murderer of his brother is a Japanese man. Yay! It's so fun. But for anyone new, yeah, we shiny hand and do all the things. You did right there, we did it. I hope both your streams were good. Sorry y'all came in right as all of us. At least I was like weeping tears of shock. I was shook and sad at the same time. But I hope you all had a good stream. We are playing Ace Attorney.
So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he?
Yes, Kazuma Asugi, my best friend. Barok.
3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection.
But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Yeah, why would he do that?
Why did he make Kazuma Lord Von Zieg's apprentice, and when he was suffering amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy still just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked.
Sure. Yeah, we're almost at the end. We're right at the end of the case.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I ever seen him.
You predict Strongheart will be gone or something? He probably. He's doing some weird things for sure. For Susato-san. All this tied up with painful memories for her too. So Kazuma had amnesia and Lord Strongheart made him Barok's assistant. Barok didn't even know what the hell. Barok just said, alright, bet, sure. But now he's back, but he still has things to do. Probably because of this professor thing. Herlock knows about this professor too. So Herlock knows a lot of more things than he's making it to be. All this she never talked about this with me before though.
It took some time to adjust having father around. But when I was starting to get used to, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London. And that friend had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. My father told me the boy had been promised to his late father, that he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. Susato.
Oh, dots. Oops. I'm sure you fucked up.
That young man's name was Kazuma Asugi.
Strongheart reminds you of God. They look the same.
You see, that's how he and I met.
Oh, so you were childhood friends? I like how he called you not by your name
For a
though.
brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon.
Why
But
did
in
you
that
say-
fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Zang. Kazuma. Demasking. Stop it. Shut up. Don't talk about mask demask, okay? Now's not the time for this nonsense. I already had to hear clown music and see a newspaper called the Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. That's not good. What is this? What is this title? Twisted Karma and His Last Bow? Oh no. So that's the end of that case. Kazuma has returned, but he's still not gonna be our friend here. Bardock has told about himself. I don't even know what the hell this case is gonna be. There's 2 more cases after this though. So who knows what's going to happen. Thank you for the raise. Thank you for chilling. I'm gonna go wipe my tears and eat my food. It's been sitting here for hours because I've been playing this case. But I'm gonna end the stream. I don't know if we'll do the next episode tomorrow. I might take a day off from this. Hopefully one of our villagers moves out soon so that we can do an Animal Crossing stream and on Twitch. I haven't done anything on Twitch yet, but I've been nervous. But I'm gonna go chillax. I might go and watch Shang-Chi if I feel like it. Because I didn't get to watch it yesterday, I kind of fell asleep. But yeah, that was great. I'm not dying. What? Ace is turning, but almost everyone's British. Well, yeah, except even the Japanese people are British. Well, but yes, we shall end the stream. I don't know what we'll do tomorrow. If we do anything tomorrow. But I shall see y'all on the next stream. I'm gonna go eat my food. But for now, goodbye. And peace.